You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, we are in April, deep in April, 1 week in April. And no April Fools there. But we are this, it's this year. I mean, we're already done with quarter 1 already. Like, what are we doing here, people? Like, we're just speeding along, which, I'm not mad at because, I'm kind of in that interesting space where I'm waiting for there's some things that's about to ramp up. And I want to get closer to the ramp up rather than, the soft phase of it all. Okay, I'm talking too vaguely. But like, I'm excited about May, right? My brother will be done with college. He is staying in Philly, which I'm super excited about. And Mr. Johnson gets his master's degree from Johns Hopkins. And we're going to Baltimore because that's, Johns Hopkins is in Baltimore. So, we get to see Dr. Parks and, Joe. And it's going to be fun because, I love going to Baltimore. I've been liking Baltimore before certain folks abandoned me here in Philly. Them, and allegedly I have some cat nephews. They're feline nephews. I am told to claim them, but, I'm kind of like Michael Jackson in the song Billie Jean, the kitten is not my son. They thought I was the one, but the kitten is not my son or nephew. I sent this emoji to them. So let me be very clear. I'm not an animal person. Let me clarify that. I do like animals on a plate. No, I'm joking. That is not funny. I do like animals. I do like animals. Let me be very clear. Maybe I like animals so much that I don't like the domestication of them. I want them to be free. Not in my house, but, on a farm or somewhere. I don't know. I just... Okay, so here's the thing. Let me be very clear. It's not a superficial reason. No, it is, actually. I just find that maybe I'm not a children person either. So we don't have any interest in kids. A lot of you all, every time you see a married couple, you always be like, where's these kids? And my response back to you is, where is the money? And then you look at me and say, you got money, stay out of my purse. I think it's not so much that I don't like kids. I do like children. I mean, what it is? I think what it is that I am still childish. And how do you raise a child if you're childish? Don't answer that. I don't know. I think, okay. You know what I think it is? And Mr. Johnson, I've talked about it. We have been older siblings for people. Okay. I am the oldest of several, not just one, but two, but I have been the oldest brother of multiple younger brothers. So, I have a brother that's about to turn 15 later this month. I have a brother who just turned 22, and I'm 33. And, there's a lot of responsibility. And so I think because I've been big brother and I have in many ways served as a mentor or a babysitter or some sort throughout my life with younger children at one point, I feel like I've done a lot of whatever that raising aspect is, a partial. It's not fully, but just I've had a lot of it where I think I want a space of just alone time with myself. And so I feel like those who have been siblings to younger and they've participated in some level of nurturing, babysitting, of some sorts. I mean, not full-fledged parenting, of course, but some level of it, I can sense why they might at a certain point kind of just want a kid-free zone. I think growing up my entire life, there's never been a moment where there's not been a kid in the picture or kids around or all of that energy. And so in my adulthood, it has been peacefulness at the house has just been adults. And so I don't know, maybe that might be playing a role in it. Also, I could argue and blame the economy, but we'll get to the economy in a minute because I feel like I'm legitimately blaming the economy because a lot of adults, a lot of white folks have been trying to blame the economy for why they support Trump, but we'll get to why that's hypocrisy. It was always the racism over there. We'll get to that in a minute. But when it comes to this situation, how this connects to cats is if I don't want to have a child, I wouldn't want a pet. Because to me, having a pet is you're investing all this energy in something that does not grow up. Yes, dogs and cats grow up to be bigger dogs and cats, but you still have to clean them up. You still have to take care of them in a certain way for the rest of their lives. Like, at least with a human child, eventually they're potty trained. Eventually they wipe their own ass. In a situation with a dog or cat, when they do something, you still got to clean for them, no matter how big and strong or they get. So if I wouldn't have a child, I just feel like I wouldn't want to have a pet of that stature. I'm not against fish, but the problem is, like, I would have fish. I've had fish before when I was younger. But them pet hamsters, remember when pet hamsters were a thing? Such a dying art. Like, I don't know anyone. Like, when I was growing up, we had all types of pets we can bring home. Hamster. I think there was a fish. At one point, a goldfish from school. There was I think some schools, some classes had a bird, like a parrot. I didn't have a parrot, but I know people who've had a parrot. But we had all these little cute little dogs, not like dogs, little pets that we got to babysit for a weekend, like a gerbil and all that. But we don't, the kids don't get that anymore. See, having a pet hamster for a weekend was in the little ball and the food. Listen, having that for a weekend told me I didn't want to be a pet person. Having a goldfish they had to replace because it died, unfortunately, tragically, and having to replace it before I started school the next weekend in class taught me why I was not a pet person. And it wasn't that we did not, I know we fed that fish. That fish was on its way. But I say all this to say that I just know my limitations, And so I've dog watched before. Like one time I had a friend that used to live in Old City and I watched their dog once for a weekend. It was me and Mr. Johnson. Now, Mr. Johnson is a pet person. There's a cat. My mother-in-law has a cat in her house in Jersey. He had a dog named Chimp. He's into that. Not me. And it takes two people to raise a pet in a house. Okay? I know there are single parent pet households, but to be clear, if you're going to be a single parent pet owner in this house, you also got to be single. And if you're not planning to be single, then there's no need to have a pet, you see, because it takes two. Because you got cat hair all over the mattresses and bed. And some people are allergic to cat hair. They scratch, they tear up shit. I ain't got time. Because if you try to give them some level of corporal punishment, that's called animal abuse, and we don't support that. Like, we don't support child abuse. But imagine when you tell a kid to stop doing something, eventually they stop. You could tell a cat, but eventually they just keep going. I don't know. Some people say raising a pet helps them to get ready for parenthood. I don't agree with that. But look, what do I know? I'm not having any of it. This is not to say I do not like kids. I do. I definitely do. I like kids so much to know that they're not for me. Some people, hold on, let's take that in real quick. I love kids enough to know that they're not for me. That's a lot of parents out here got kids that they don't have no intentions. They had them. The straights, unlike the straights, the gays, at least for me, over here, the straights can't necessarily, they say they have a hard time controlling, their ability to have kids or not. That's not the case with the gays. But the straights, that's what they've been doing. They say, oh, it was an accident. You would think that you couldn't, quote unquote, have accidents, at a certain point of your life. Now, if you're young, you don't know what you're doing, I get that. But adults with this, oh, I accidentally had a kid. How did you, don't say accident. No child is an accident. And second of all, how was it an accident? Did the condom break? Oh, you didn't wear a condom? And yet there was still a process in which ejaculation could take place. and you didn't expect that to lead to a child? I don't understand how that's an accident. No, just say you didn't care. You carelessly had a child. But you didn't accidentally have a child. You carelessly had a child. There is a difference. I was not trying to read. I'm just saying that people that do that narrative, okay, I did not expect the podcast to go in this direction. But still, I will say that you just listen. I know that children and pets is not in my future. Some of y'all look at me and say I look like a good pet person. Some of y'all tell me I look like a good parent. You've been fooled. What you have seen is a mature adult that recognizes that the answer is not either or, the answer is neither nor. But I don't mind being a temporary pet watcher, not for a cat. A dog, sure. Y'all know if I did want a dog, it would be a wishbone dog. But I don't mind watching a dog. A cat, I cannot do. I do think I am allergic to pussy, as in a cat, pussy cat. What else I could be talking about? But no, I think what's important is knowing that, just like with kids. You could be in a mindset of where you could think, hey, maybe not now, but I can change my mind. But I'm getting into my mid-30s, and for me, not in this economy. I say the economy, but even if it's just I'm in a place where I don't see the balance, the work-life balance working right now with the way that I operate. And same with my husband. I think we both are in a place where it's not even the youthfulness of it all. I think it's more of we just don't see the time. And we know the time it takes to raise a kid. And I just don't have a career that I think allows me to do it. And also, I just don't know if I just frankly want to do it right now. I don't. There are people that are enthusiastically wanting children. And that is a beautiful thing because they want to be a parent. In a world where there are people who don't want to be a parent, don't know how to be a parent, just are out here, quote unquote, accidentally having children, which again, I don't like to say the word accidentally. I believe the word is carelessly having children. There are people who carefully want to have children, considerably want to have children. And for those people, I celebrate them. I'm the type that I think that people make the mistake of having these stupid debates about having children. Before we assume a person wants to, ask if they do, if they're interested. And if they've told you the answer is no, trust me. You know a person who don't want to have children versus people who want to have children. People that want to have children, they talk about it like, even people that want to be married, which, again, like, there are people I know that want to be married. They say, one day my husband, one day my wife, one day my whatever. And I'm like, okay, they want that. They speak in that. Okay? I've always been that person. Marriage has always been something I've desired, personally. So I always was in that type of mindset. Now, every person I met, I wasn't speaking that type of language. But with my friends and things, it was always a conversation. Like, oh yeah, I want to get married one day. Oh yeah. With the right one. I knew that, but that was in my vernacular. There are some guys I know, I'm not judging them, but marriage is not in the conversation at all. They don't speak of it even in situations hypothetically. And if you're dealing with a man or a woman and you desire that and they're not talking that language, Listen, when I first met Mr. Johnson, he was talking about kids. He was like, oh, I want to have 6 of them. And I looked at him and I laughed. I let it be known very clear that was a funny number. First of all, my favorite number is 7, but I would not have 7 kids. It's not, no, listen, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, it was not over here, okay? I might be the fairest of them all, but I am definitely not the motherest of them all, okay? So it was definitely not on the table at all. 6 kids. It went from 6 to one time when we first dated. It was like within a year we was dating. My little brother at the time was 1 because he was born in, no, he wasn't 1. He was born in 2010. He was like 4. Yeah, he had just turned 4. And this was Christmas in 2014. Yeah, so it was like about 6 months we dated. We spent the holidays at my family's house. And my little brother, my youngest brother was 4. And, oh yeah, that was Yeah. He spent that Christmas break with that one 4-year-old. He was like, yeah, the energy level. He was like, yeah, I could probably, yeah, I don't think I think enough, the back-to-back years. He was like, yeah, the energy, yeah, I say, oh yeah, you don't have the stamina to do this like for years. Add that with years. That for one. But you talking about 6. Like, no, sir. So he realized very quickly because he hadn't been, I mean, he is a big brother, but he's a middle brother. So I think he just thought, oh, my younger brother was full of energy, but every child is not the same. And then he realized, oh no, this is a thing. And with our genetics, no, it would be chaos. So we just knew that we was not those individuals. Godparents, sure, we'll be someone's godparent. We'll be someone's gay uncle. Well, he's already uncle. He has an older brother who has kids, and so he's been uncle for a long time. Which is why I was always like, how did you want to be a parent with all those little nieces and nephews and things that you have to raise? Because I'm the oldest, I have no children, so I don't, I'm not an uncle yet. Not to say that in a couple of years that could change. I'm just trying to stay, fantasy uncle. I'm not that yet. So far. But yeah, I say all this to say that to those who want to be a spouse, who want to be a parent, they let it be known in their own subtle ways. I never encourage that hyper rhetoric. Everybody around me would speak that on me. I'd be like, listen, not over here. They said, oh, I had a dream of fish for you. Oh, fish? You had a dream of fish around me? You probably was dreaming about the branzino that Mr. Johnson cooked for my dinner this Sunday. Yes, it was branzino. You had dreams of branzino on a plate for me. You had dreams of actual fish I had at a restaurant. It was not fish as in a symbolism of children. It was the branzino I had for dinner with the lemony garlic rice. Oh, it was so good. It was a Greek type of theme, Mediterranean dinner type energy. It was so good. Literally, I did. I had branzino Sunday for Sunday supper. It was like a really great a Mediterranean vibe. It's giving springtime. I feel like spring, everything starts getting lemony, The cakes we're eating, the ice cream we're eating, the cookies we're eating, like the Levain lemon cookies. They're so seasonal, But what do I know? I'm just out here making it happen. We'll see. But yeah, nonetheless, I do, children is something that you should aspire to if that's what you're into. And I tell people all the time, those who desire that and seek that, I have no qualms, no shade. And I think that's the problem. People be like, folks that want kids, folks that don't want kids, people just always make it a debate. No, it's what you want. What happened to individual agency? What happens to individual agency? And the whole judgment, oh, it's selfish if you don't want children. No, it's not. I think it's selfish to bring kids in a world that you don't want and be raising them without the proper love and care and attention that they deserve. I think that's selfish. I think it's actually considerate when you don't want children, that's not for you. And I think that for those who do want children and seek that they are being considerable and they're also being responsible because they're having the mindset of interest to do it and they're putting themselves through the rigor. Now, there are some that are recklessly wanting to have kids, and that is crazy to me. Like the ones that just be like, oh, I just want to have a bunch of kids so they can have my name. That is ridiculous. The Nick Cannon of it all, or the Elon Musk of it all. See, we don't talk about the white ones who do it, okay? Let's talk about that. Elon Musk got, 13 kids, something like that? I'm so happy that people, I will say, that my cousin Candace Owens, she catch it. She is consistent with her critique about that because she talks about people putting kids out in the world that's not taking care of their kids. She has been out here criticizing Elon Musk for doing that because it's just funny how all of a sudden baby daddies is okay when they're white with the Republicans. Okay, no one, I guess, but there was a read. I forget who got that read, and it was a good read. It was someone who was, Meek Mill was saying, I guess Meek Mill had 7 kids allegedly. I don't know. But he said he had the kid. I think, no. I think Elon Musk has 7 baby mamas, but he has about 13 kids. Yes, he spun the block multiple times with some of those women. But Meek Mill had said something along the lines, allegedly, of he needs to catch up or something. And somebody had to tell him, I think Les Hilarious told him in a conversation, oh, you need to be you got the wrong mindset. You trying to catch up to his baby mama number. You need to catch up to his millions and his billions to figure out how you can be able to, you look at it the wrong way. Now, I still don't come from that tribe of like, oh, have a bunch of kids, you can afford them with money, that you can have as many kids as you want, but it does not hurt. And also, let me get this clear. That little rumor about the one guy the one basketball player who was with some girl who I guess goes out and date rappers and things, and apparently, quote unquote, trapped him, and she's pregnant, that he paid the child support in one lump sum. Fact checking, it's not true. They've denied that. Both parties have denied that he gave her over $1 million to pay for this kid's child support for the rest of the 18 years of life. That's not true. That did not happen. However, it's always baffling to me that there are people that will come out the woodworks and support something like that or debate something like that. It is never going to be, in my mind, a desirable move to write a check for 18 years to pay off a kid that you do not want to have. That's just ridiculous. At the end of the day, it's not just money that keeps a kid afloat. It's also the level of investment, time, and responsibility. It should never be the idea that, oh, I'm going to write off a check and therefore I take care of my kid because I gave money to them. Kids are more than just things you pay off like subscriptions. They're actually human beings that deserve the presence, the attention, the love that you put into a child. Can you raise a child full time if you in a independent household? Maybe, maybe not. But to just think you can write a check and say, okay, there's the money, I did my part, is just the most disgusting thing ever. So if you look at children as if you can afford them just simply by money, but not time and attention, let me be very clear. I can afford to have a child. But money is not part of it. There's a lot of people that can offer love, nurturing, time, and attention. I look at how I was raised and the level of attention and energy that it took to raise me. I don't have that time in my career, type of career situation I have, and even my husband, we don't have that time to invest in a child in that way. Financially, we do, but emotionally and patience-wise, we just don't have it with us. And we're not selfish for saying that. We're actually being mindful, because I'm not saying that other people don't. It's just that we don't. And so self-awareness is key. People say, oh, they feel bad when they feel like they're being judged for not having kids. You couldn't judge me for something that I know I'm not trying to do or can't do. If you feel some type of way about it, then you go have the kid that you want me to have. I never get in that mode. People get really defensive and, feel different types of ways. And I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that. So, there you go. A random conversation on children, which was not what we thought was going to happen. But nonetheless. So, other things that I actually did do this weekend and this week. So, I did March of Dimes, March of Babies with my chapter, the Mighty Road chapter of Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated. It's a part of our national programs that we do every year. So March of Babies is a part of March of Dimes, and Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated collaborates with March of Dimes every year through various activities and fundraising. So we raise money to support March of Babies, and we also do a lot of other activities with March of Dimes throughout the year. So it's part of our national programs, because March of Babies, speaking of children, we raised $1,500 to support, the work of it all. We raised $1,500 as a chapter to support, and this money goes to helping make a difference, especially with preterm birth and maternal death rates that continue to rise. It's so important to support organizations like March of Dimes, who's been doing this work. So it was a nice day. We was at the Naval Yard, and while it was fear of rain, the rain wasn't that bad. It was a light rain. You all know I'm not an outside person, but I came outside, for a good cause. There was a lot of things going on. It was a lot of things going on at the events, for sure. It was a lot of people that were outside. But I tell people that it's just important to, just know your tribe and know your players. And know the people. I would say know the people, be familiar with the folks, and yeah, I would definitely say that. It was a lot of good personalities and folks that were present, and yeah, I would just encourage that more of that type of enthusiasm, for sure. Because we gotta support, and we got to, because it was other stuff going on Saturday, and we're gonna talk a little bit about that. There was a love walk or run or something like that was happening. There was a hands off, protest that was taking place. Yeah, I wasn't at hands off. I was at March for Babies. We're gonna talk a little bit about that hands off march and protest in a minute. But yeah, I was, it was a nice day. Earlier this week, I went to the Bellevue. Bellevue got the new renovations. It's now open now, for those who didn't know. I checked it out. It's gorgeous in there. It was a preview for a new exhibit called Boom that's happening at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. So I went to that mixer and that event. That was the rooftop photo I took. I was on 19th floor where 19 was. The restaurant 19. I think they're gonna put a new restaurant there, but it was beautiful. It was a nice views, the balcony views. The Bellevue is a pretty hotel. I used to go back in the past when it was connected to the Palm. I remember that when the Palm came to Philly for a small stint and then it kind of went away. I had won a free lobster dinner there, and I'm still pissed that I did not get the dinner. But I digress. But I wanted to go back to the Palm. Guess, that used to be a popular, like really, popular restaurant connected to Grand Hotels for years, the Palm. But, I haven't been. It was years ago. This is like before the pandemic. I'm trying to think, where else did I go to? I went to Bellevue that day, just for the preview. It was really nice. And it's a nice, it's part of that Broad Street Renaissance, what they're doing over there on Broad Street with the Avenue to Arts energy. But yeah, Bellevue was pretty. And then I went to see Anne Juliet at Ensemble Arts, and it was not the show I thought it was. It was better than what I thought it was. It was, so I thought it was a jukebox musical version of Romeo and Juliet. But this was even more than what I thought. It was actually, so William Shakespeare, as you all know, I guess William Shakespeare's having a moment, right? We just talked about Othello last week. We'll get to that. But what was interesting about this show is that it's about William Shakespeare and his wife, Anne Hathaway. Yes, Anne Hathaway that we know, the actress. But William Shakespeare was married to a woman named Anne Hathaway. So Anne Hathaway is William Shakespeare's wife in real life. This is a true story. But the change is that the play is based on how she did not like the ending of Romeo and Juliet. I don't know if this is rooted in some historical truth, but this is a historical fiction kind of thing, I suppose. So Anne Hathaway is not impressed with the ending of Romeo and Juliet. And so she criticizes William Shakespeare's history of, like, I guess, sexism in his shows, like the way that he writes male characters and does not give women characters in his shows depth. And so, it envisions what would Romeo and Juliet look like if Juliet lived, and we centered, a woman's story in that story. And so basically Anne Hathaway rewrites Romeo and Juliet, and she gives it an interesting twist. And then William Shakespeare gets to add his own changes to the show. And it's an interesting musical that uses popular songs in a very effective way, I must add, and basically tries to tell this story. I was impressed. It was very fun. It was a fun time. It was actually more unpredictable and splashier than I would have imagined. So I will say it was definitely worth watching. It's currently on Broadway. The national tour is all across the country right now, but they also have the show on Broadway. So if you were someone, I would consider that one of those entry-level shows where you're not interested, you're new to Broadway, you need to get some familiar material, you need a conversion experience. This would be a good conversion type of musical. So like you've never really gone to musicals. You don't want to do the cheesy Lion King, I've seen it before. This would be like a Wicked. This feels like one of those types of shows where, even like Hamilton, even though you know how I feel about Hamilton, but it's one of those type of shows where you're familiar with the material, there's a cool little spice or spin to it, and you can still have the Broadway experience without feeling like you're jumping into completely uncharted territory. So I feel like that's what this show represents. I feel like this is the type of show where I see why it's popular on Broadway right now and it's doing really well, because it's the type of show where you kind of come in, it's a low stakes investment. Because Broadway shows, you know, they're not cheap. You know, they do cost. I feel like they're, you know, this season of Broadway, people argue that the ticket prices are out this roof. But, you know, it's also something that, you know, if you're going to go, you don't want to go spend hundreds of dollars to see a musical that you will hate. So that's why a lot of times the real Broadway thespians will go see a new show. But a lot of folks who have never done Broadway before or they're new to it, there's a reason why shows like The Lion King is still on Broadway 25 years later. Why shows like Chicago or Aladdin, you know, because people are familiar with it. So if they do go see a live action theatrical version, they want to go to something that they already are familiar with that have some legs, if that makes sense. But did you all know probably that there were Broadway musicals from Disney that did not do as well? Like Mary Poppins, it didn't last that long. The Little Mermaid, it did not last that long. Tarzan, they tried to have a Broadway musical version of Tarzan that did not last that long. Some stuff does not translate well to the Broadway stage from Disney. Not everything that Disney has done. Pocahontas, leave it alone, baby. Don't even bring it to Broadway. Leave Pocahontas alone, okay? Hunchback of Notre Dame tried to do it. That could have been good, but I think that just how dark and it just didn't translate over that well. Beauty and the Beast, it had a nice little run. Beauty and the Beast had a nice run. It had a nice run. But Aladdin just seems to be a big hit, and The Lion King seems to be a really big Disney hit. You know, those two shows just has been able to just continue to, you know, remain relevant in the conversation. A lot of these other musicals from Disney or Disney versions, they will have a little short fuse. Like Newsies did pretty well. Newsies had a nice little run. That was a nice run. But when I think about, again, Aladdin right now, like Aladdin has carried for over a decade at this point. You know, so that's a show that I have not seen Aladdin on Broadway, but I would, you know, that's a show I would see. You know, and it's just it's and what's interesting is that it's had that kind of level of success, even though there was a live action film that came out too. Yeah, it's the 10th highest grossing Broadway production of all time. It's made over $100 million on Broadway. So it's a goat. It's a goat. You know, it's a goat. It's up there. You know, you can't sleep on it. You know, so it's you know. But speaking of Broadway shows, I'm thinking about Othello. Othello is very telling. Othello is doing his big one right now. Yeah, I'm thinking about the fact that it is the highest grossing Broadway play of all time. Candy Burris, producer. Okay, Candy from Escape. You know, she wrote No Scrubs. She won a Grammy for it. Yeah, it is brought in 2.8 million, surpassing a previous record held by Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. It is becoming one of the highest grossing Broadway plays of all time. So it's doing its big one. Now, talking about musicals, the highest grossing Broadway musicals, number one is The Lion King. Okay, it's grossed over $2 billion. Wicked, $1.7 billion. Phantom of the Opera, $1.3 billion. Hamilton, $1 billion. Book of Mormon, number 5 at $832 million. Chicago, okay, number 6 at $805 million. Aladdin, number 7, about $700 million. Mamma Mia, number 8, $624 million. Jersey Boys, number 9, $558 million. Les Miserables, number 10, it is $514 million. And Cats is number 11, Beauty and Beast number 12. Interesting. And so out of the 10 I named, 6 of them are still on Broadway. The Lion King is still on Broadway. Wicked is still on Broadway. Hamilton is still on Broadway. Book of Mormon is still on Broadway. Chicago is still on Broadway. And Aladdin is still on Broadway. 6 of those musicals are still there. So, and notice that most of the musicals I named are not that original. Now, Book of Mormon is original, but Chicago, Aladdin, Phantom of the Opera, The Lion King, Wicked, these are all have been adapted into films. Hamilton is on Disney Plus. The only one that's not is the Book of Mormon. It's the one that has not become a movie adaptation yet, which is interesting. Looking at some of the other musicals, Hamilton came out in 2015. It's the youngest of the group. Hamilton has been on Broadway for 10 years. All these musicals have been on Broadway for at least 10 years. Just some fun facts. So, it's hot right now on Broadway. But also, that's all I was to say. Anne Juliet was great. It was recently on Ensemble Arts. The show is not. I think the run is hit already, I believe. I think their final show was this weekend. But if you are still trying to see Anne Juliet, it's worth watching. If you're looking for a musical to see on Broadway, if you haven't seen all the classics yet, it is worth watching. Yeah. So, getting into food, there is some interesting. I'm ready to talk about food. There's a lot going on in the food scene in Philly, and you all have had some questions. So I want to start with the things I like before I get into the things that I am not feeling, because we are long overdue for a bad food review, because I do have one for reasons that are quite interesting, but I digress. So let me start off by saying things I like. So I live in West Philly, University City, West Philly, same thing. No, it's not. So Uber Eats, has been my fave because I have been traveling a lot and, going to restaurants, I try to hit a couple, now that I'm not a food editor, I don't have to go religiously as much. I can go to the places I like to go to and spare the ones that I'm like, okay with, okay? So the places I love to go to. Okay. So this place, Uber Eats now has options. You can do delivery for Black Dragon and Doro Bet. Doro Bet and Black Dragon, you can order them on Uber Eats. Now, I don't know if it's location restrictive. So if you live out in Northwest Philly, I don't know if you can get Black Dragon or Doro Bet over there. But maybe some of you all who live, in Southwest Philly, I think it might be a possibility. But if you not know, Black Dragon and Doro Bet, 2 Black-owned restaurants or spots in Philly, these are really popular spots in Western University City. You can now order them Uber Eats. So you don't have to wait long lines. You don't have to go do carry out. You can just get them from the comfort of your home, which I love when restaurants do this. So I had Doro Bet for dinner on Saturday, and the fried chicken was great. Now, I've had them before, but the delivery conversion, impeccable. And it's very good. If you're gluten-free, their chicken flour is not made from any type. It's more teff type of flour, which is gluten-free. So they do have gluten-free options. So you can enjoy really great fried chicken. And it's that Ethiopian, oh my gosh, I don't know, is that Ethiopian fried chicken? It is immaculate, okay? And it's really hard to find good fried chicken with the bone in Philadelphia, as you all know. My favorite is at Rex's Royal. But when I am craving something and I don't want to go and have Popeyes, I am enjoying Doro Bet. Okay? Just good chicken. Just really good. So I enjoyed it. And they had a chamomile tea flavored tres leche cake that was also banging. Um, I just had to plug that in as well. That was just too good to be true. Jenny's, Jenny's, I gotta say, y'all, I have to confess. Jenny's might be my favorite ice cream right now. They have been hitting it out the park for me. They've been hitting it out the park for me. I've been really a fan of their ice cream. It has been they've just been doing their thing. They got a spring line of flavor right now. I've tried these flavors. They have a citrus glazed pound cake flavor that's really good. A tropical bloom, a raspberry rhubarb delight. Oh my goodness, that raspberry rhubarb delight. That is a memorable flavor. That is a good flavor. But speaking of the goat of goat flavors, I had to get the goat cheese cherry flavored ice cream again. I just had to get a pint again. I just had to have it. So my fridge got some spring flavor in there, and it needs to put. It's spring. I want the seasonal flavors. Okay. So the goat of the Jenny flavors, the goat cheese with cherries. So good. So good. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? It's time to have taste. It's time to bring taste again. The goat cheese with the red cherries. Oh, so good. So good. Yes. Okay. Fabulous time. A fabulous time for goat cheese. Also, in spring, when thinking about spring, I got my seasonal deep clean facial. Now, I told you all about Ask Alicia. I'm going to tell you all about her again. She is a Black-owned skincare shop, Black-owned, woman-owned spot in Chestnut Hill. Also queer-owned, by the way. And she is just fabulous. She's been doing my face, okay, for years, and I'm ready to reveal her to you all. Now, some of you already know who she is, okay? A lot of my upper, middle class elites, Black Philadelphians who are getting their skincare, they told me about it, and I've known about her for years. And she has a shop in Chestnut Hill, fabulous, and she is getting the faces done. Now, let me mean about getting the faces done, okay? This is not Botox, and I'm not judging people who do Botox. By all means, everybody deserves to be on their skin journey, okay? However you want to do it, okay? It is going to be a good time. It will be great. So my skincare regimen, I don't do any type of, I'm 33. I know there's some people in their late 20s that are already doing Botox, which I don't know. See, this is what I'll say. When you're of a certain age, people who participate in Botox and do it, I get it, right? When you're past 40 and there's people who, want to do certain things, by all means, surgical, whatever, do what you do. I have just come from a school of class that I'm at an age where I can partake in maintenance and very preventative care is what I call it. So when you get past the age of 30, your skin goes through cycles of aging or experiences. Now, what can speed that up, right, is not doing the proper skincare, right? And people talk about, sunscreen and this, that, and the third. That is a major point, skincare in that regard. But it's about just having a strong skincare regimen. So you're going to always get a seasonal skincare update, especially for my men, because brothers, what are we doing? You need to have a skincare regimen, and a serious one, okay? It's not just simply a bar of soap, okay? Or using bad bevel products. Oops, did I say that? Oh no, I didn't say that. But just getting familiar with your skincare and really maintaining a regimen, okay? Not just doing it, I'm gonna really get serious about washing my face. No, this is maintenance. So one of the things people ask me about it, they say, it's genetics. Yes, good genetics in drinking water. Okay, that's cute too. Yes, that's a part of it. But there's also a serious investment in skincare quality so that you don't have to, in your late 20s, early 30s, be doing Botox. I know people that are doing Botox in their late 20s and early 30s. You do not need to be doing that if you work on a good skincare. Because here's the thing. A lot of extreme makeup and Botox and those type of things in your 20s and 30s, You could do preventative care. So let's say that you don't want to have certain extreme fine lines on the forehead and on the face. There are a lot of great holistic and great skincare products and habits that you could be adapting, right? Getting more sleep, okay? Getting more sleep. Investing in good quality skincare, vitamin, nutrient serums, and good moisturizer. Keeping your skin, protecting your skin from the sun. There's a lot of things that you can do that is researched and clinically proven to give you results. And so I ask young people, right? Okay, you don't like dark circles. You don't like all these different things. Are you staying hydrated? Are you having protein in your diet? Are you using good skincare products that have vitamin E? Do you know what squalene is? Do you know what peptides are and serines are? Are you studying do you know what hydraulic acid is? Are you using products with these ingredients that will nourish your skin? Are you doing that? Are you keeping your skin care? Do you understand the power of vitamin C in a serum? Do you understand what squalene and really good moisturizers do to the skin? It will help with all of the things I just mentioned. All those problems, dark circles, fine lines, all of that. It works. But it does not work until you work it. And so, that along with, hydration, having a nutrient-dense, diet. And what I mean by diet is not diet as in restricting yourself. I'm talking about a regular regimen of eating, right? Are you getting proper nutrients? And are you, doing what you need to do vitamin-wise, nutrient-wise? Vitamin supplements will help in that direction, right? We know what the food is giving, but are you having a nutrient-based diet? Are you getting a lot of sleep? Are you sleeping well? Are you resting well? Are you hydrating? Is your digestive system on track? Because let me tell you, if you have a bad digestive tract, a bad digestive system, you're not, having regular, routines, that also plays into the toxicity of your bloodstream and also your skin quality. A lot of people think they need to use Botox to do all these things to their skin. But if you don't have a really good nutritional system in your dietary system, that will impact your skin quality. Are you caffeine deficient? Are you caffeine addicted? Like, are you doing a lot of caffeine, not resting? Yeah, you're going to get some dark circles there. You're going to look stressed out. It will age you. Stress will age you too. That's another thing. Are you cheating? I hear that cheating ages the skin. Lying and cheating, unfaithfulness. If you out here holding a lot of secrets, out here just not doing what you're supposed to do as a good person, that will age you. Look, I'm an honest bitch. That's why I'm a bad bitch. I'm a bad bitch because I'm an honest bitch. People tell me all the time, what is my secrets to my look, right? Honesty, great sex, and good skincare. I'm just saying. All three. I feel like that plays into and genetics. Genetics do have a role in it too. That's like a side thing. But that is my regimen to good skincare. I've never denied that. I've said that for years. Go back and listen to episodes from 2-3 years ago. That has always been it for me. But in the skincare journey portion, because some of you are like, I do work out, I do eat clean. Okay, great. So skincare wise, you got to invest. So I'm a little extreme. And a lot of you have told me that the way in which I have a skincare regimen is a little too much over the top for you. I get that. So let's make this more efficient, right? Whatever your skincare regimen is, you need to have a really good oil for oil cleansing. You need to have a cleansing oil. Okay, and let me be very clear. If you are buying a product that says cleansing oil, that literally has said cleansing oil, then you're getting the right shit. I didn't say an oil, okay? Let me be very clear, a cleansing oil. It's a specific type of oil that you use for your face. You need to have a cleansing oil. Now, if your skin does not do well to oil, which y'all gotta stop being afraid of oil, y'all, but okay, then you need to get a mincel water, okay? And the mincel water is a type of cleansing that is oil-free if your skin can't do oil. But some of you all say that, but oil is good, oil cleanser. So you need to have one of those baseline products, okay? That's the start. The second thing you need to have is a really good mild cleanser, a really good active cleanser with a good active ingredients. But you need a good face wash, a good face cleanser. Because that, what I mean by cleanser, like a good face wash. Okay? Because sometimes these face washes I see some of y'all use is trash. A good face wash. Okay? If you don't know, good one, a Kiehl's Ultra cleanser, face cleanser, you need a really good one with active ingredients. Okay? After that, you need a good toner. We got to tone the skin, a good toner, a good skin toner. Okay? Witch hazel ain't gonna cut it. Or sea breeze, as some of y'all like to use. That is not necessarily a good toner, okay? But a really good toner that is good for the skin, that's gonna remove impurities and things like that, okay? You need a good toner. You need a good serum, okay? Now, I like a good serum that already includes SPF. But you also might need a good toner that has a good brightening. Does it have, vitamin C, vitamin E, a good toner that provides a good nurturing to the skin. All right. And then last but not least, a moisturizer, right? You got to have a good moisturizer. I didn't say a lotion. If you put a lotion lotion is not a moisturizer. Okay. Lotion on the skin is not the answer. Okay. Some of y'all like to use cocoa butter and all that other stuff. Okay, that's good for your elbows and your legs or whatever, your feet, whatever, but that's not good for your face. You need a moisturizer, okay? Now, we got to have that. Now, outside of that, you want a good sunscreen. But here's what I try to tell people. If you don't want to use too many products, because I can know that can be annoying, get you a moisturizer that has SPF in it, or get you a serum that has some SPF in it that can be on the skin that provides the barrier for sun protection, because you need something that's going to protect you from these sun rays that can be dangerous. Or do things like wear sunglasses, okay, for my folks that don't want the dark circles and all that. It's a big, really good over-the-top sunglass that covers it from any type of that preventative care around the eyes. You want to have a good, sunglasses or a cap. If you wear caps outside, I'm not a baseball cap girl, but if you want preventative measures that protect the skin, protective clothing helps. So if you have a cap on, I know a lot of dudes like to have a cap. That also helps shield the skin from a lot of direct sun contact. But get your ass away from the sun. A lot of y'all want to go to the beach and stuff. That's cute, but then you're going to need to put some real sunscreen on. And also, let me say this about you sunscreen addicts. First of all, you need to put sunscreen on about 30 minutes before you go outside. If you put it on the moment you come outside, it's not going to be effective. Fun fact. I just want y'all to know that. You put sunscreen on before you hit the sun. It needs to absorb the skin at least 15 to 30 minutes before you go outside. I just want to tell you why. Some of y'all are going to be like, oh. Some of you are not putting sunscreen on correctly. If you are using a sunscreen for your face or anything like that, you need to put that on about 15 to 30 minutes before you go outside. It needs to absorb into the skin before it go outside. If you are outside in the heat and then you put sunscreen on, it is ineffective. And if you reapply, you need to reapply and go indoors, and you need to reapply before you put it on every 2 hours. Some products will allow 4 hours, but you need to reapply sunscreen. You're going to be outside all day. That's why I try to stay out. I don't like to go outside like that all the time, because I don't got time to be reapplying, taking the sun. It doesn't make sense to me sometimes. And even when I talk to certain dermatologists, they recommend sunscreen, but even the science with sunscreen can be a little weird. So just wanted to put that out there, because I see a lot of y'all out here not knowing, and I just want to educate you, because we were outside with spring. We want to go outside. We want to touch grass. I get it, but we got to be smart if we're going to go out here and be outside like that. Preferably, if you are outside girl, but not outside girl, the best hours to go is between 5 and after 5. So like the sun rays are not as violent, as crazy, and you don't have to put too much real application on, because by the time it gets to real dark or close to dark, the sun set down. So if you notice with me, I don't know if y'all notice this, I don't really go outside when the sun is out. I try to avoid sun as much as possible. I get it, y'all. Like, what about vitamin D? Listen, I get plenty of that at home, no shade. There's other ways to get vitamin D through calcium, through protein. And also, a little bit of sunshine is not bad, but you just have to be mindful about it. I'm not saying don't go outside and enjoy the weather, but get under a tree, embrace the shade. But direct sunlight, like all the damn time, trying to get a tan, all that crap, just be mindful, especially if you light skin. Because let me tell you something. That sun rays on aging, when we're talking about all them fine lines and wrinkles, a lot of it comes from that. And if you are going to do that, be mindful about the sunscreen, how you apply the sunscreen. Because a lot of people I know are not knowing this, but when you put sunscreen on, okay, so if y'all about to go outside the house, do not go, oh my God, I forgot the sunscreen. Let me put it on now before I walk out the house. No. When you take a shower, when you wash, when you do all that, and you put it on after you moisturize and all that, that sunscreen needs to be in the skin. Okay? It needs to be in the skin. Your skin needs to be able to absorb it and take in its effectiveness. And it takes about 15 to 20 minutes, 30 minutes, to get it all in. And then you go outside. And then once you go outside, you won't feel it. That's why when some folks say they put sunscreen on, they go outside, they feel a sunburn. You're feeling the sunburn because the sunscreen was not able to absorb. So the moment you get outside, it doesn't protect you in the way that you think it do. Yeah, it's levels to this, y'all. Y'all didn't know that? I know. They don't a lot of times skincare I don't know. Some of y'all might know. Some of y'all not reading the can, you just spraying on yourself. So just putting that out there. You need to let it absorb into the skin. It just can't. You just can't just go in a car. And let me be very clear. You need to put it on, let it absorb in a cool space. A space where it's not too hot. A space where there's no sun, because it needs to get in there to shield the skin. And then once you go outside, you're protected. You're fully protected. So just some food for thought about that. Because a lot of y'all going outside and also let me add this little detail before I move on. If you go outside with any type of sun, right? Any of that, it's okay to be outside for about a good 5 to 15 minutes. It's when you go past direct sunlight, past the 20-minute mark where your skin is having direct contact with the sun or the weather, and you're outside for longer than 20 minutes, like that's when it can be a thing. So if you go outside or you got to do a quick errand or you in and out of Ubers where you walk in out and out something, the sun is not impacting your skin immediately when you go outside, or it cannot cause problems. It's typically if you're going to be out for a long extended period of time. So if you go to the beach or you in direct sunlight on a rooftop or something, and you outside directly in the sun for a period of time when the sun is at its full peak, I'm talking at 1 o'clock, that 11, at 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. vibe, right? When peak sun. Once you get to about 5, the sun rays begin to reduce. The sun rays reduce as we get closer and closer to nighttime. So it decreases in the risk level due. But peak afternoon, Sunday afternoon, morning energy, especially when you get past 8 a.m., that's when the rays go at its high, because that's how more the sun is brighter and it shines. If it's a cloudy day or a rainy day, congrats. The sun UVAs are not going to be as directly problematic to your skin. So just, look at me. Look, again, I could do a lot of work. I'm a Renaissance man. I could be a lot of things. Look at me, sound like a dermatologist. But back to my girl, my fave, Alicia Pierce, who has Ask Alicia, this wonderful skincare company, and the work that she do. So outside of my regimen that I do, every quarter of the year, every quarter. So this is 4 times a year I do this. I did it I do it in late December. I do it in early spring. I'll do it in July. And then I'll do it again in the fall around July. I do it around October-ish. And then I come back again in December. So at the beginning of every new season, right, around spring, around summer, around fall, around winter, I get a deep cleanse facial. Let me explain. It's about 90 minutes. And this woman has my face together, okay? Let me tell you what a deep clean facial means. This is not something you get every week. This is not something you get a month. You literally get this every season. This is not, so there are facials. First of all, there's multiple facials, right? There's peels, there's little wash, there's deep clean, whatever. This is something that it does cost money, okay? It does cost. It's not something that you can get for $30. Not $50. It's about $100. I think I spent about $125 maybe for this facial. It's about around that. It costs us around $150 or something like that, $125, depending on what your needs are. But it's about $125. It's worth the price though, because this is a deep, clean facial. So what she do is she goes into the skin. She does a dermaplane, where she removes any hair follicles that's on the skin, surface level skin. Because a lot of times when you're washing your face and your face is growing hair, any level of hair, like the little peach fuzz, any hair, it becomes a barrier to deep penetration into the skin. So throughout a period of time, your skin grows a level. Like if you touch your skin carefully, your skin has hair, and everybody has hair on their face. And I'm not talking about deep like follicles of like, facial hair. I'm talking about like little, shreds all over the face, right? So she dermaplanes. She removes that hair off the skin so that allows for the nutrients and the serums and things to deeply penetrate the skin. And it's really hard to do that when you have some hair follicles. Now you can make an impact, right? But you got to get a re-shredding of the hair of the face. And a lot of times a new level of bed of hair grows every 3 months, every quarter on your skin. So it's important to get a dermaplane to get all that excess hair off the skin so that you can be able to open your skin up to receive the nutrients and get that glow. And also be able to better, let the products you're using penetrate and work the wonders. So a lot of you all are not getting a deep clean finish. You're not getting a dermaplane. You got a lot of hair growing. And so maybe the products you're using, they're doing all right. There's a nice little surface level glow, but they're not penetrating into the skin. So she does a dermaplane, right? She first does a dermaplane on the face. She opens up the pores. She does a dermaplane. She takes all of that excess hair on the face off the face. So it's almost like my entire face is getting a shave. It's fascinating. Then after that, she does a deep pore cleanse where she goes in and she sucks up any background dirt that's been trapped in these pores from the hair follicles. So when she removes the hair off the face, all off the face. And I'm not talking about facial hair in the way that you all think. Everybody's face has hair, like the small peach fuzziness. She removes it all off the face. Then she goes in, okay, and she has this really great device that sucks up all of the dirt and debris in those pores that's been clogged up from all of the winter buildup. So she takes all of that off. So she done stripped my entire skin naked, okay? Then she goes in with a really great hydrating serum that penetrates within those pores. After she sucked it up, she replenishes it with new nutrients. That is with the season, okay? These are like hyaluronic acid. These is vitamin C. This is all these other things to put into the skin to rehydrate and renourish those pores that's been stripped of those follicles, that's been stripped of whatever nutrients and whatever baggage that was there. She refills it, and that gives it a glow. That gives it all of the nutrients that my skin needs, and also prepares my skin to be better equipped for the new season. Because here's the thing, your face adjusts to the seasons. So when it's really cold weather, your skin needs different things to adjust, to adapt to the cold weather. But when it's springtime and you go outside, there's more sun, there's more things. Your skin needs another set of different types of properties and nutrients and things that provides protection for the glow. So every season needs different things, right? Just like the food you eat. You eat things that's in season. There's certain things that your body craves more hydration in the spring and the summer. There's going to be different things. We're doing cucumbers. We're doing different things that's going to give your body water or retain water so that you will do. That's the same way. She creates a regimen that my skin needs for the different seasons based on the elements. So when you look at this sexiness and you're thinking, oh, he's just lucky. No, baby, this is preserving the sexiness. See, this is what the models do. This is what they don't tell you. And I'm not saying it doesn't cost some money, but you don't got to spend $1 billion, but you got to invest a little bit to maintain the regimen. So she does that. And then she, does all types of other topical things just to, keep the skin glowing. And I go every 3 months I go. So I'll be back in late June, early July for my summer re-up. But doing that along with my skincare regimen that I'm on with with my toners and serums, doing that on a regular basis is what preserves the sexy. So when y'all look at me and you say, oh, Ernest, you're aging backwards, it's because of this. And I'm not doing any surgeries. There's no Botox. There's none of that other stuff happening. But if I maintain this till I'm 40 and get older, baby, we won't even need none of that. And so I'm telling my millennials, okay, my Gen Zers, Let's work on preserving the sexy. Let's start investing into good skincare maintenance. Let's really dive deep and really understand our skin. Let's start doing this now, okay? So that we don't have to, look, I'm not judging anyone in their 50s and 60s. The technology that we have in this day and age is working to do preventative measures so we don't have to. Let's put some of these businesses out, okay? Some of these other industries. Y'all doing beef, taro, all this stuff. See, you don't got to do all that, okay? There are things that we can do now to preserve the sexy. It's never too late. It's never too late. So, people have always asked, what are some of my secrets and things? They're not secrets. They're not. I don't want to gatekeep. I don't gatekeep beauty. I don't. If I can share the word and spread the word and tell people, what they can do, invest. Now, Ask Alicia is not the only girl in town doing this, but she's the best in Philly. So if you in Philly or you in Jersey or whatever, come down here and get it from the best, okay? But there are other people that are doing similar types of work. She has some people she can recommend. But also, if you are interested in this type of deep type of facial, have conversations with your facial, your esthetician. Have conversations with your dermatologist, okay? Because I am not a licensed dermatologist or esthetician, okay? But talk to them about the deep dive into deep skincare cleansing, because it's not the same as your typical facials that you spend like $30 on. You need to get a real good seasonal clean, okay? I'm talking get the hair off, do the dermaplane, do the serum infusion, okay? Talk about, hyperpigmentation, what we doing to get even tone. Get into real deep dive cleaning. And this is something, again, that you don't do every single week because your skin doesn't have to build up like that. But after every season, you should really think about what that looks like, for skin. Because there's different types of facials. Some people get a facial just to, a temporary weekly thing. So, for example, I do Hanicure. Hanicure was good for me. Now, some people have different results with Hanicure. But I like it. Hanicure is the one with the paint and the gel. You can like, paint it on your face and it tightens the skin. It kind of, you got to leave it on for 30 minutes and it just tightens the skin and everything. I like it. I do like it. I really do. I'm a big fan of it. I do it bi-weekly. I don't do it every week. It's a nice little maintenance upkeep, product. It's very, people say it's pricey. I think of it as a luxury facial. I don't do it like every week. I don't need to. I mean, look at this, look at what we got here. Look at the material. But I do like it like a bi-weekly type of supplement to just give boost. Now, my Goop, hydronic acid mask, fruit acid mask that I do like a little peel. I do that weekly and that maintains a certain level of glow. But it is fun. It's a good product. I really do like it. It's by Gwyneth Paltrow. It's Goop. Her products, they can be on the pricier side, but if you find a good one that works really good with your skin, it is worth the investment. I'm just saying that if you're for people that are trying to spend money on facelifts and all this stuff, you could be better off doing some really good topical, real well nutrient type of products for skincare maintenance. I'm just saying. I have a lot of listeners who are into skincare and all this stuff. So this is something that, take some notes. And to my men too, because a lot of guys be out here acting like they don't care. Y'all care. You just want to know how to do it right. You just want to know how to do it right. So, So, we're there. Now, I say all this to say, those are the things that I like. Those are the things I like for the summer. And the spring. Those are the things I love. I do love those products. Those clients support. Great. Now for the tea. Okay. We got to talk about two things that has been irking my nerves out here in these streets before we get to hot topics. Let me start off by talking about hot chicken. It has come to my attention that there has been a mass infusion of hot chicken spots in Philadelphia. Y'all are about to hot chicken this city the fuck out. And let me be clear. I am not impressed with any of this hot chicken that is happening. From this whole Nashville hot chicken thing, there is the other hot chicken, Assad's hot chicken. All these hot chicken companies keep cluck cluck popping up. I'm just seeing Nanu's hot chicken. It's always somebody got a hot chicken spot popping up in these neighborhoods, okay? I see what y'all doing, and I don't like it. And also, let me just add, I'm just not here for all this hotness. Hot chicken with hot honey and all this corny shit. Ooh, hot honey's a thing. What is that? What is that? See, this is the issue with trends. And I've been talking about this for a minute, but I'm going to talk about it over here too. Listen, 1 or 2 spots would have been cute. A couple of spots cute. But in West Philly, right, alone, there's about 3 to 4 hot chicken spots that have popped up around here in West Philly in the past several months. Like, at some point, this is about to implode. This is about to implode. With these tariffs and these high raising prices, something's going to flop. And I just feel like this is what happens. There's always these fads where people want to recreate something. Y'all remember when it was the pop-up taco bowl situation evolution? Moe's and Qdoba and Chipotle. Like, everybody wanted to do the making your own bowl. Then it was the salad spots that popped up, right? Everybody wanted to have a salad type of spot, a salad place where you tell them what you want to put in your salad. And everybody had the salad crave, sweet, green, all of them wanted to create their own salads. Then it became the let's do it like that, but for Mediterranean food. So you got all these Mediterranean type food spots trying to do a hummus in all these places, right? At some point, this sweet green model, this Chipotle model. Because I'm going to give it to Chipotle. I feel like Chipotle was one of the major players that did it, and everybody's been trying to create Chipotle for their respective type of food. And it's not hitting. It's not hitting. Everybody can't have a grain bowl. Everybody can't do it. You know what, to be honest, actually, is it Panda Express that was really doing it before the girls? Or was it Chipotle? Maybe it was Panda Express. But I feel like there's certain people that's just doing that whole customary bowl thing. And it's just like, that is a trend that's starting to die. Because ain't nobody in office spaces anymore going and buy this food. Now, you know what's funny? The reason why a lot of those companies have survived or have been a little bit doing all right is because of the Uber Eats thing. So people are customizing it on the Uber Eats apps and the Caviar apps, and then they're getting it delivery. So now the cute little bowls they was used to getting at work during lunchtime where ain't no one in the office as much. No one's in the office as much. Now they're doing it for customary because it's easy to get shit like that delivery. See what I did there? I thought myself through that. I do think there's a trend of folks that even myself, when I think about it, I am a big Qdoba eater. I don't really like Chipotle. I'm over Chipotle. I had too much Chipotle in my college years. But I like Qdoba because I can be able to customize what I want, and it's easy for that shit to be delivered to me. Like, I would rather have Qdoba delivered to me than trying to order like a serious full-length meal. But there are some companies that have made certain types of food that works well with delivery. They got the boxes and bowls. It converts really well. It crosses over whether you're doing a delivery or whether you're doing takeout to go. It was almost like Sweet Green was made for this moment. And so remote living, remote working, all of the skills that people had during the pandemic to create the type of packaging that works for food like that has converted over. A lot of places have not done it that way. I'm sorry. Some places were not built for this moment. Boston Market was built for this moment, I would argue. Okay, judge your cat. Boston Market slaps, okay? Listen. The girl has range over here. It's going to be range. We can do high dining. We can do low brow. There's a best for everything. There's a best of the high brow. There's the best of the low brow. There's a worst of the high brow. There's a worst of the low brow, okay? There's always best and worst of every type of level of eating, okay? Don't never let them tell you that there's never a good bargain to be found at every price tier you want to do, okay? Don't forget, I was the food editor that you went to for options when you had no options. There's always an option, okay? That's just talent right there. We're going to always eat good, no matter how much it costs. There's always going to be a range. But anywho, I do think that there's some places that have done this really well and some places that have not. And so I say all this to say that it's a trend. That's a trend that works. This hot chicken situation, I'm just not getting it. They're trying to, I mean, ever since Popeyes have been pushed that did the chicken sandwich, there's been an interest in chicken products. Like everyone wants chicken tenders now. Everybody wants something, chicken strips. There's a big chicken crave, a fried chicken crave. America is having that right now. It reminds me even with desserts. The big dessert right now that everyone's getting their life over right now is what? What is it? Cookies. Cookies right now, big ass cookies is the rave right now. What was the rave a couple years ago? Y'all remember? Cupcakes. Cupcakes was the move. Everybody wanted cupcakes. Everybody was into cupcakes. Who had the best cupcakes? It was cupcakes in the 2010s. Now we're in the 2020s and cookies are the new rave. Okay? You know what I think is going to be the next big trend for my economists out here? I've been paying attention to trends. Okay? I think the next big trend is going to be little small cakes, like little dessert cakes. I think there is some people, I've been looking at the market. Brownies, everybody's like, well, what about brownies? Brownies. I don't know if brownies going to have a moment because brownies is just so, I don't know. I don't know if brownies are going to have a moment. Brownies might fall into this era. I'm noticing snack cakes. People are trying to push in the market. I'm seeing this era of these little snack cakes, like dessert cakes, but they're like really nice, really flavorful, but like it has to be done. Like people want the small little dessert cakes, but not like Debbie Crockett cakes. I'm seeing these cakes and not slices, like round. And I'm seeing them at restaurants, but I think people want them. And I'm seeing people trying to figure out ways to package these cakes, these flavorful cakes, but they're small and they're intimate. That seems like it's going to be a next trend. Stay tuned. Remember this podcast episode. We catch trends here. But I'm noticing that becoming a thing. They're trying to figure out how to do it, though. But I'm seeing these like little small, little cute, little layered cakes. And I know some places like Crumble are already pushing that market because people are tired of nasty-ass cookies. Crumble cookies are disgusting. Levain cookies are good. I do like Levain cookies. But, yeah, I think big ass cookies right now is a trend. Everybody's doing cookies. Cookies is having a moment. Insomnia, Levain, Crumble. Like people are into cookies right now. Designer cookies is what I call them. Designer cookies. Designer cookies. Like folks are like literally ordering the cookies. Like they were ordering, like they would order cupcakes back in the day. Now people are literally ordering cookies like that. Like getting them delivered. Like novelty. Yeah, cookies are having a moment right now. Definitely are. But yeah, hot chicken, I don't know. I just feel like there's just too many hot chicken spots and I'm just not impressed. And there's like grand openings and it's like, who cares? Like, who cares? I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know, maybe because I'm from the South, but I just feel like the hot chicken thing is going to come, it's going to crash, it's going to burn. Like I remember when tacos had a moment for 5 seconds. Everybody wanted to do something in the taco. Everyone didn't want to do everything in a wrap. And then I got played out. I don't know. Just hot chicken is just not a trend for me, I'm feeling. And then I need to talk about this particular cheesesteak. And I'm not even going to get into the food of it all because I'm not, whether it tastes good, I don't care. This Skinny Joey's cheesesteak in South Philly. People are like, it's Italian. Skinny Joey's. We got to support Joey's. Joey's cheesesteaks. Joey this, Joey that. Everyone's obsessed. He's a former mob boss type of situation, a real organized crime gangster, guy. Okay. Skinny Joey Marlino. He's got this new, he had a podcast. There's a podcast. And then now he's hype about, his cheesesteaks. This dude is a Trump supporter. Like, I looked him up. He's cuddling with Trump. Okay. There's pictures with him with Trump. And for whatever reason, y'all done forgot. Y'all over here panning, all this about not supporting the target for DEI. But, a couple years ago, he was out here posing with, he's a former Philly mob boss, okay? But he was posing for pictures with Trump, in January 2023. Okay? Mar-a-Lago over there in a golf course in Florida, hanging out with Trump. Okay, you can Google this. Yeah. Apparently they're friends. They're hanging out. They're wearing golf outfits, wearing, doing a customary, thumbs up photo. So yeah, I don't, I'm just saying. That's y'all king. That's y'all king. That's the guy y'all want to be, with. So I don't, I'm not, people might say, oh, Ernest, people have a right to, okay. Okay. That's who y'all supporting over there at Skinny Joey's? Nah, I'm just gonna continue to support this black owned cheesesteak spot named Jim's West over here. I'm good on it. So y'all asking me, oh, you know, you all asking me these questions like, oh, well, people can have different political beliefs. Y'all keep having that. Y'all keep having that belief. But all I'm saying is that when Trump comes to South Philly, and y'all wondering whether they're gonna go to Pat's and Geno's, which we already know he went to both of those spots. Um, Figure out where he gonna go now. Don't be surprised in the couple months if Trump comes to Philly, he goes to Skinny Joey's, and y'all are gonna be in outrage and be protesting and complaining and saying you can't believe what. No, 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 no. We're not gonna do that. Okay, and all your little favorite politicians that's out here interviewing and talking to him and hyping up his business, they know he a Trump supporter. They think that shit is cute, platform and promoting that business. Okay, not I, not I. So you know, mm, 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 mm. So yeah, I'm not. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not crazy about it. A lot of people were like, oh, oh, what about this? Well, we should consider. No, I'm not considering anything. So if you ask me to have the cheesesteak, no, I didn't have the cheesesteak because I'm not about to have a mega cheesesteak. I'm not interested. I'm not. Unless he denounces Trump or he clarifies his position, I'm not interested to go into Skinny Joey's, to be honest. So just want to put that out there for those who was curious. And then lastly, before we get to hot topics, we had a lot to catch up to this spring, as you can see. The Oxford debate came out. Oxford Union debate is out. It's out there on the internet. It's out there in the universe. Shout out to everyone who's been listening and watching. It's been quite the week. We knew this day was going to come, and it's come, and it's been a whirlwind experience. A lot of you all have been, thousands of you have watched this cancel culture debate. The level of attention, the views, the mail, the debate. Just all of it has been exciting, and just all the comments and just people messaging me from around the world. I appreciate it. I do, and I'm just so happy that you all got to finally see me go in. A lot of you all just have been showing love and supporting and spreading it. It's been a totally great experience. I can't complain. I've been just it's just been awesome. The impact, the book, just the sales, just the continuation, and you all got to finally see me do my big one. I think it was worth the wait. I think it was worth the wait, wasn't it? I represented really well. I held it down, over here in representing Philly very well, representing the U.S. very well. Somebody's got to bring some intellectual rigor to the conversation. But no, I'm very grateful for all the folks that tuned out. Think about 60 years ago, around the same exact time, James Baldwin did a Cambridge Union debate, and 60 years later, around the same time, I did my debate at Oxford Union. Things are not coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. I believe that sometimes the universe is saying something, and that spoke to me. So thank you all for watching. The link is in the bio if you have not already. 52:54, if you skip it, you can watch the whole debate, or you can skip to the 52-minute mark and, indulge in what was a great conversation. I ate severely, 10s across the board. Points were made. And if you notice something really cool, I was the only one that didn't have any notes. Baby, I came ready. I don't know. I just prepared. I prepared for that debate. I did my research. I came ready. I have to read off a piece of paper. Okay, I didn't have to freestyle it. I came with points in tow. I came ready to slay. Some people, they need a piece of paper. You don't need a piece of paper when you telling the truth. No shade. Some people need a piece of paper. It is no shade to the folks. They need to look over something, look down at something. They wasn't ready. They didn't come ready. They tried to freestyle it with the same talking points, but they got that work. Dave Rubin, baby, he was not ready. Dave Rubin was not ready. He came in there, with his little points, but then I came after him and I had to eat, and I ate. And yes, there were only 2 black people in the room, 2 black men in that room, myself and this guy who was in the far back in the crowd, okay? Just for those who want to know what that was giving. And also with interruption portions, what happens in Oxford debate, I don't know if you all knew this, but I'll tell you that when you're giving your debate, people can come in and ask a question to do a point of order or point of clarification. That is something they're allowed to do. In my situation, I was not letting anyone get the chance to ask those questions because a lot of times that eats up your speech. And so I just wanted to go and talk, and I wasn't going to open the floor. And even my speakers really opened the floor as well, if you noticed that. So I wasn't going to do the same either. I also loved my tux. I really love that black on black ensemble. I really definitely dressed really, really good. I loved my tux. I loved the bow tie. I really did slay in this outfit. Definitely a signature outfit. And yeah, the nails were on point. The jewelry was on point. I ate. I definitely did eat. And it was great. It was a good time. Yeah. Memories. So here we are. Let's get into it. Let's get into these hot topics. So the Trump tariffs are here. They're here. And there's been a lot of debate about what does this mean? What's going to happen under the new Trump tariffs program? This is a good question. I don't have all the answers. I don't. I wish I did, but I have some theories and some thoughts. Some of this, I think, is really a master plan. And I think if you just want to just say that to play Trump to say he doesn't know what he's doing is true. He don't know what he's doing. But some of this is really, let's first of all be real. Tariffs are not just tariffs. I know that Trump's favorite word is tariffs. But really, these are taxes. These are taxes on Americans, right? And, he is trying to defy the lessons of economic history. He is trying to destabilize global financial markets. He's trying to do what some people have called as unilateral bullying. Because to disrupt the global trade markets is to create a situation where they punish other countries. He is trying to have a trade war with with China. China is codependent on America, is codependent on American consumerism. And so he wants to, in many ways, reset the global new world order of finances in this country. He wants to award, in the world, to be honest, he wants to award the allies and he wants to punish the enemies. If you look at the level of how he's raising certain tariff rates for certain countries compared to others, he's trying to create a level of isolationism around. He's being good with Europe, right? The United Kingdom. He's being good with the European Union. He's trying to reset the allies. There's an axis of power that's happening financially, right? And so while it might, but this is a critique, right? We are too codependent on, certain types of global money, right? But he's also recognizing that he's got to, neutralize or raise the power of the American dollar. You got to do something. Somebody's got to pay a price. He's basically making the American people do it. But see, this is what you Trumpers get, even though sadly, this is not going to just impact Trumpers. It's going to impact all of us because you voted for this person and said it was the economy. Oh, here's the hypocrisy, right? You're about to pay. This is about to be the biggest. We haven't seen anything like this since the Great Depression. Okay? If you look throughout history of when these types of changes have happened, it's happened during major times of war or major depressions, right? So there is going to be an economic free fall that is happening right now, and Trump is doing it to scare these foreign countries and also to get China to get with it. Because now, what is it going to take for people to get what they want, right? Other countries are also doing it, but the United States doing this at this level is a bullying tactic, okay? It is a negotiation tactic. It is reckless, right? Is it going to impact America? Yes, but it's also exposing the hypocrisy because there's been so many folks that think that oh, we can be able to have this global power and this domination without war. Well, if you don't have a physical war, how else do you plan to do it? It either has to be biological or it has to be economically. So we all know that Trump claims he does not want physical wars, right? Well, then how do you do this without physical war? It has to be economic warfare. And it's taking place in the form of these tariffs. The problem, though, with the tariffs conversation is that while he's bragging about making these other countries pay, yeah, we know that it's gonna that for consumers, it's going to trickle down on us, okay? These companies are going to eventually make us bite the bullet. There's no way that he can do this without prices costing. Now, here's the fun part. Everyone argued that they wanted to vote for Trump for the economy. Well, how's this impacting the economy? And look at Fox News, right? Saying things like, oh, well, there's a couple of them that is already trying to double back and say, this is what we got to do, people. You didn't have none of this energy for Biden. If Biden, when the cost of eggs, which are now allegedly going down, but wholesale, let's be clear, they're going down wholesale, let's be clear. But when certain things were costing money, you all were blaming it and that you vote for Trump for. So now you all are defending Trump and saying that, oh, he's got to do what he's got to do. So he's getting into a stupid tariffs war, trade war, raising the cost. But we can't afford this, though. We can't afford this, right? Or you are okay with it because you just really believe in Trump. So it was never about the economy. He could do whatever he wants with the economy. You still will rock with him. This is a cult. But I already knew this. This is because he's white. You didn't want a black woman who would have never done any of this. And several of Nobel lauded economists have also said that Trump's plan was not good. They supported Kamala's economic plan over Trump's. But you all didn't care because you all did not, again, want the black woman. This is the same thing with Obama. If Obama would have did this, you all lost your mind over over Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. Talked about how it was not economically sound. It was this and that. What Trump is doing is by far one of the most reckless economic plans we have seen in modern history. And you are still sticking beside him and making excuses. How do you defend this? Notice that Fox News, which you all would have not noticed because you're not watching Fox News, but they took the stock market economic stuff off because it was so fucking bad that they didn't want to show that alongside of defending Trump. So this is where we are with this media, with traditional legacy media, this cable news. This is why you should not, because both sides are lying. I'm going to tell you why. Both sides are lying. So now Fox, y'all are just a cheerleading squad for Trump. We can't give him any accountability, no critique. So much talk about all of this. What's going on? What's going on? Bye. Okay, bye. And I'm hearing now that, Elon Musk, who's almost out the door, he's having meltdowns over at Trump's tariff guru, okay? He's ripping at Trump's White House trade advisor, okay? The feud is going public. He says that he ain't bullshit. Now he not bullshit. Now, Elon Musk, who's almost out the door, his days are numbered over in the, you see how far that worked? Y'all see how long that took? We knew that was going to happen. Doge is about to go. And everybody know this Social Security shit is about to send allegedly the staff into a death spiral. It's been chaos over there at Doge, at the Department of Governmental Efficiency. Interesting. But we knew this. We knew this. This is the ultimate told you so. Okay? Which we're going to get to more of that told you so in a minute. But we knew this was going to happen. And so now I don't know how Trump folks, I don't care. But if you were somebody who ran around talking about, all this good work, bye. So what do we do now, people? For starters, the Source of Self-Regard by Toni Morrison, that came out in the mid-90s, was talking about how to prepare for fascism and this normalization. We knew these was going to come. Toni Morrison gave us the words, the thoughts, how to do this, right? Start really thinking. You're going to have to work. The cost of food is going to skyrocket. Stuff is about to get real high, okay? It is time to get real thoughtful and intentional about how you shop and how you buy. The days of just every day going to the grocery store and just picking up an apple randomly and buying an apple tomorrow. Let me tell y'all something. Listen, I've never was that type of grocery shopper. Okay? Now, Mr. Johnson, he gets like that, Mr. Trader Joe's. Oh, he goes to these stores and he likes to go weekly grocery shopping. Listen, I grew up a different way. Okay? When you saw something in bulk that was on sale, you bought it. Okay, you may not have had the craving for it at that moment, but if you saw a good bulk of something, a 24 pack or whatever that was on sale, get it. This is a house that stocks up. Mr. Johnson likes to do, I'm a stock up girl. Okay, I got enough deodorant and toothpaste to last me for the rest of this year. Okay, I stock up. I got enough mouthwash. I got enough shampoo, body wash to last me for a year if I wanted to. Don't get me started, okay? I'm always buying things by the book. If I got that CVS 40% off my purchase, I stock up on the bundles. I was always a bundle, These tariffs is crazy, right? But listen, we got some deodorant. We stocked up on some Progresso soup. Yes, I'm that person, okay? I got enough wet wipes and enough wipes to last me for October if I need be. Okay, Lysol. Ever since the pandemic, I always keep me some cans in the back. But we do stock up over here. And people used to say, oh, don't do that. That's hoarding, blah, 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 blah. Well, look at what's going on now. So some of my advice, if you can, stock up on some necessities, right? Some oatmeal, grains, things like stuff that, coffee. I don't drink coffee, but if you was a coffee girl, you might want to go ahead and stock up on some coffee. Okay, get you some economy packs. All right? Stock up on some chips. Stock up on some snacks. Things that you have a habit for, you need to buy by the bulk, baby. Okay? Because I'm not saying you can't maintain a lifestyle you like. You got a thing you like. But you might want to start buying those economy packs of those pretzels, of those gummies, or whatever you get into. You might want to invest in some larger packets for that, okay? Get your Costco on, get your Sam's Club on, because now is the time to invest and get serious about it. Put some money aside and buy bulk quantities, because the days of just buying one thing at a time, that's not going to work in this economy, okay? If you want to maintain the lifestyle you have. Okay, this is for my people that we got a habit. You like salt and vinegar chips. You might want to stock up on some economy size bags of that. Get your bags on. Get your stuff on. Okay, if you got a certain type of soft drink habit or a sparkling water habit, okay, rather than being fancy and always buying one can of Spindrift, you need to go stock up on some cans and use your discount codes to get some stuff half off. Am I talking for myself? I just might be. But that's what I do, okay? Always keep you some, stock you up some, okay? My wine subscriptions that I have, get you some subscriptions to some things at a reduced rate. Maybe you're used to getting certain stuff that you order. I always keep some red on deck. I got enough red to carry me for the rest of this year and next year. If they want to raise the price of Ron, don't worry. I already invested in it. But just begin to start looking at how you shop in your house. So yeah, we're going to give you some economic advice. How to ball on a budget advice. Don't start panicking. Start stocking. Okay? Look, what are some products that you use in your house a lot? Okay? I'm not even just talking about food. I'm talking about toiletries. Okay? What type of stuff that you buy? Buy it in bulk. Start getting you some toilet tissue, some 24 pack. Start buying some stuff in bulk right now, so that you can not have to grocery shop. Now, real G's like myself, the moment Trump got in office, baby, I started stocking then. Okay? I'm good for right now. I don't need to do too much overconsumption. But to a certain extent, some of y'all might have waited it out. Y'all better get on these websites. Y'all better start looking at some stuff. And let me tell you, for my West Philly folks over in the hood, y'all might need to start looking at who's out there on 52nd Street. Who out there selling some of them, listen, wholesale, moselle. Get it while you good. But it's time to start thinking a little bit more strategically. The frequent, I'm going to go to the store. Now, fresh produce is different, but co-ops, farmers markets, check out your community co-ops and mutual aid spaces. You might need to get your produce from places like that. Invest in a subscription that consistently guarantee that you're getting fresh produce at a very capped in rate. But be strategic about what you start doing. Okay? As far as coffee, as far as certain products go, if they are perishable items, get them by the bulk. If they're fresh items, start studying locations and areas to get them for less. But it's time for us to be more strategic in our economy. And that starts in our own backyards. Okay? I don't know what Trump gonna do with all this other shit. But you might want to be mindful about how you begin to purchase your items and how to get them. Because some stuff might run out of stock. Or some prices are going to start increasing very, very fast. This might be the cheapest next 2 weeks that you might have for certain products that you purchase before stuff goes out the window. Especially if they're foreign. If they're American made, you might be fine. But 90% of stuff that y'all are purchasing, I bet you're not from the US. So if they're not made in the US, which is most of the stuff that you all are getting into, the prices are about to go skyrocket. So you might want to start stocking up right now. Start buying stuff by the bulk so they can last you. If you are a meal prep girl, if you are into that type of stuff, start looking at the stuff you buy every week that's not fresh or from food. If it's rice, if it's stuff, start buying that stuff now. Start buying the black beans now. Start getting these canned goods now. Start buying the peanut butter and jelly now. I don't know. That's my advice. You know, The Source of Self-Regard by Toni Morrison. If you want that type of spiritual, mental understanding about how to think through these types of moments in time, she knew it. She called it. A couple people called it. But I just think about when I read that book about a year or so, it was a couple years ago when she passed. Oh my goodness, that was like 5 years ago. Oh wow, it's been a while actually. I just remember that book very well. The Source of Self-Regard by Toni Morrison is a good book to read in these times because it's not just about, it's about just the mindset that you need to be in to understand the time that we're in right now in this current. This too shall pass, but just be strategic. You know, it doesn't have to just be, it's not to say there's no time for joy and you can't spend money, but get ahead of it. You know, one of the things that I have done is that for most of my travel, I've already bought plane tickets for trips and things that I planned in advance. Now, stuff do pop up, but if you can, there are ways that you can be able to do that. Mm, yeah, just a lot to think about. Just a lot to think about, you know, for sure. So, you know, I think what's important for people to consider also is plan ahead. If you have a trip that you want to go to, start looking at what the travel looks like. Start looking at getting into systems to budget accordingly. But I just felt like it was big on me to just say, look, there are strategies and solutions to think about as we navigate this economy. Because I don't trust Trump. And some of you all, when I say I don't trust Trump, I'm saying that there's all types of you know, that happens, and we just need to get to a point where we reevaluate this, you know. So think about all of the different ways that we are having these conversations and how we're being strategic. Just think about that, you know. So a lot of you all asked, were you at the hands off protest? Hands off of what? I listen. I think people should want to put their paws on the situation. Let me stop. I was not the hands off protest. I am, look, I am not. Now let me be clear. Let me say this, and I say this with respect and consideration, because we're gonna talk about one of y'all friends in a minute, Mr. Booker. We're gonna get on that in a minute with Senator Booker. I have mixed thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts. It's not a one. Okay, let me not digress. I was not at the hands-off protest this weekend. No. I'm not saying that it's not for young generations. Look, my Gen Zers, my brother, all of the folks out there, they need to get out there and learn how to get active. Look, youth, this is, it's organizing and movement work is important on different types of fronts. The younger kids out there going out there protesting and speaking their mind, I am for it. Learn the ways. We all have to go through our rite of passage. I did, 10 years ago. I went to several protests. That's just what we did, right? But to these older folks, with all due respect, some of you rich folks, folks with money, connections, resources, access, what y'all doing besides that? Okay? We got to have a conversation about just how we need to reevaluate what showing up looks like in this fight. And one of the biggest frustrations for me has been the disproportion of expectation and performance, the level of work, right? If you are a Gen Zer that's a college student, you don't come from money, you don't have access to capital, and you go to a protest and you speak up and you go to your city government, you demand more, I salute you, okay? But if you are a lawyer, an elected official, somebody who is a very well-resourced public figure, you have access to different resources and networks, going to a protest and thinking you're doing something is just not enough for you. You have more to bring to the table than that. And I think the problem I'm having is that it's not that folks are doing that and then some, but that's all they're doing. So they go to these protests, and they take selfies, and they take pictures. I'm like, wait a minute, child. You living in a nice-ass neighborhood. You got tons of money in your account. Are you not putting money into resources? Are you not connecting people to services? Do you not have things you can offer pro bono to help a community? There's just more work that can be done. And I feel like people use protests. A lot of older folks use protests as a way. I'm a media professional. I am a journalist. I have a platform that inspires and informs thousands of people on a daily basis. Thousands of people on a daily basis, okay? Thousands on a daily basis. I have more to bring to the conversation than going to the protest myself. No, I will keep you informed. I will let you know your rights. I will tell you what you could do to take action. I can direct you to the resources that can make your life easier. Do I have money to chime in? Absolutely. Do I fundraise? I absolutely do. I was at March of Dimes, okay, at March of Babies, raising money to support the babies. There's just other ways that I know I can show with the resources that I have and the platform that I have. Going to a protest for me is just not enough. It's not. And I don't have the time, nor do I have the patience to do that, right? And that is because I do have other ways to support, and I know what my resources are and what I bring to the table. So I am doing that work. I am confronting elected officials. I am telling them what they're not doing, and I have access to them in ways that allow me to speak truth to power in a different type of way than others. When you have other means and resources and power, then going to a protest as a symbiotic move is there. People used to say to me all the time, they would say, at some point you evolve, right? If I just protest and that's all I did for 10, 13, 15 years, look, that was how I used to hit it back in the day. Many, many years ago, I used to hit the streets like that because I didn't have access to get inside the room. But when I got access inside the room, you damn sure know I flipped a table or two over and I banged on the table or two to the point where some of these places kicked me out. But you had to do it differently. And I just see too many folks that are still doing it the same way. Now, other people, that is the entry. And then one day they get from being on the streets to being inside these rooms, in these suites, from the streets to the suites, okay? Because there is a different conversation that needs to happen. And best believe when I'm in those suites, I am having a different conversation. The streets of protesting have not left me. It's just that it's taking me to the suites and then I go and do it differently. But I'm demanding regardless. And I do bump heads. And when things do not come out the right way, I expose it. And I tell people, these people are not working for us. They're lying to you. That's what we do. That's the accountability check. It cannot just be everybody's going to a protest and wearing a t-shirt because everybody is not doing the same work and everybody's not bringing the same power. So when you hear these elected officials say hit the streets, bullshit. That's bullshit. They don't need to be out there protesting with you, speaking at a rally with you. The fuck? You better be taking your ass upstairs in City Hall. One of the biggest things that annoy me is when I see legislators join in these marches and these protests. Why? You are a part of the problem or you're a part of the solution, and it's not you in these streets. That's for the people. You are not a civilian in the same way. Get your ass out here and go in those rooms. You got the power to go to the mayor's office and tell the mayor to get her shit together. Make them drag you out. Fuck y'all talking about. This annoys me. People be out here, outside the Cato statue protesting with the people. What are you talking about? You wasn't at a fundraiser or a party with the mayor yesterday or the other day? You ain't them galas with them? Roll up on them at them galas. Trust me, every time I see the mayor, I let the mayor know some thoughts. Okay, now I don't yell at her, but I tell her some things. I say, listen, I haven't seen the mayor in a minute. If I see the mayor, the first thing I'm going to tell the mayor is, hey, it's great to see you. How you doing, Mayor Parker? Can we talk about the fact that, did you see, I know you saw, what's up with that budget? $1.3 million for police officer uniforms, but not a $1 million raise to help support I don't know how I feel about that, Mayor. But that's what I'm saying. You can talk about the lack of funding for the chief defender's office. That's what I'm going to do when I see the mayor, when I get a chance to see her. I see her chief of staff. When I go down City Hall, I got some feedback and I got some concerns and I let them know when I see them. Because I have access. But what your elected official people talking about? They see these people every day. They got their phone numbers, email addresses. They got access to their chief of staff. Are they telling these people in their face how they feel? They get on them damn marches and them mics and they want to get down there with y'all and act like they want to y'all. They cosplaying. That's cap. That's cap. I'm sick of it. It's bullshit. It's performative. And we don't talk about that. You got access to the mayor. Call the mayor out. Go see the mayor. Go roll up to the mayor's office. Go roll up to the chief of staff and let them know how you feel. Elected officials. Y'all be in these hearings with these people and y'all sit up here and y'all get fake. That's fake. And I know they fake. I'm there. They don't never come with that energy for the mayor and for them. They never, the stuff they tell you all at these rallies and they say in these little meetings with you all at these town halls, they don't have none of that smoke for them elected officials in real time. Some of them do. Okay? But a lot of times they be just so gidly. They want to take pictures or they want to just, they don't have that energy. I see it. I see it for my own self. Okay? It's passive aggressive. No, let these people know in real time. And look, if they mad, they're mad. If you care about people's livelihoods and life, who gives a fuck about someone with power being mad? Oh, I don't want to piss them off. I don't want to ruffle their feathers. But they ruffling your constituents' wallets. I don't understand. They're ruffling your constituents' wallets. They're stopping and frisking our humanity. But you worry about ruffling some fucking feathers. You're in the wrong occupation. And yes, I'm talking about a particular elected official who literally said the word ruffle feathers. And I looked at them and I said, why are you elected? I did. I said, why do you want to be elected official if you're worried about ruffling the mayor's feathers or the governor's feathers? What are you doing? What, this is high school? Y'all trying to be friends? Oh, okay. You representing yourself. You're not representing the people. You representing yourself. Yeah, I've had conversations. And some of the people, you'll be surprised, some of the people that said they didn't want to ruffle certain feathers. They didn't want to, okay. All right, got it. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, I was not hands off. I was not a hands off. And I will probably not be a lot of these types of protests, to be honest, because I don't have to do it that way. And I'm not criticizing folks that go to those protests, young people specifically, organizers I get. But for a lot of other folks that are out here that have real power, why are you there? You just there to be seen. It's a performance for you. Moving along. I want to make this interesting point before I get to Cory Booker, because I know y'all waiting for Cory Booker. I'm waiting for Cory Booker too. I got some thoughts. But this situation with Elon Musk, he's going to soon be phasing out of there. But I want y'all to pay attention to a woman named Laura Loomer. I don't think I've ever on this podcast really talked about her. I might have a long time ago, but I want you all to pay attention to that name, because that name is going to be a common thread. So Laura Loomer is a far-right political conspiracy theorist. She's an internet personality. The White House advisors have tried to keep her away. She's had a history of anti-Semitic rhetoric. She is a problem. She's been called racist. She's been a problem. She is a provocateur. Okay? She is a provocateur. Okay? She has positioned herself as a protector of the president against people, that she views as insufficiently committed to the MAGA movement. She's obsessed. She has suspicions of tech billionaires and Elon Musk, that she feels like it's cozy up to the president. She's critical of Republicans who has not stayed by Trump, after he lost in 2020. She's batshit crazy, many people say she is. And a lot of the White House advisors tried to keep her at bay. But Trump has officially invited her in, okay? He has brought her into the Oval Office. She's been having some meetings, and it has preceded shakeup of his national security leadership, okay? After she had to sit down with Trump on the phone, she's been coming to the White House lately. After their meeting, the Trump administration fired the director and deputy director of the National Security Advisor, okay? They are fired. Okay. Remember I told you somebody was gonna get fired behind that? The National Security Advisory Director and the Deputy Director has been fired. Okay, including staff members of the National Security Council. She advocated for their dismissal. Okay. She's calling it vetting. And that's what she's been saying on X. She's been tweeting on X. But Laura Loomer, okay, is nothing to play with. All right. Y'all thought Elon Musk was nuts. She's nuttier. She's going to be 32 years old in May. Something is going on. Something is going on. Y'all stay woke on her, okay? She's a conspiracy theorist. She's batshit crazy. And there's nothing good about her. So let me explain some concerns about Laura Loomer for those who want to know, because you're going to hear her name very, very often, very, very soon. She's known for her anti-Muslim rhetoric. She spreads a lot of conspiracy theories. This is crazy. One of her biggest conspiracy theories was that the 9/11 attacks were, quote unquote, an inside job carried out by the U.S. government. Okay? She is younger than me, but she looks older than me. No shade. I tell y'all, lie and be aging people, all right? And it's definitely aged her. But now that we're seeing Elon Musk phase out, we're about to get the next person that's about to enter into the fold. And that is Laura Loomer. So You heard her name here on this show. Pay close attention. You're going to hear her name come up very, very more so in the press. But she ain't nothing to play with. And I just want to let you all know. So, speaking of letting you all know, Cory Booker. Where do we start? So, Cory Booker decided that, there's a lot going on. There's been a conversation about, is Democrats doing enough? Or they need to do something. They need to stand out. They need to do all the things, okay? There is a moment where we wanted Democrats to do a lot, do the most. Cory Booker said, I want to do a filibuster. I want to take a stand against Trump. And he did a speech that was 25 hours and 5 minutes. He beat a segregationist named Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina. He beat him by he beat his record by a day and some change. Basically, he beat his record by about 24 hours. So Strom Thurmond did a speech for 24 hours and 18 minutes. Senator Strom Thurmond, he was defending Jim Crow and segregation. He did a speech that lasted for 24 hours and 18 minutes. Cory Booker's speech lasted 25 hours and 5 minutes. And he spoke nonstop. He basically for nonstop. Now, he claims that he fasted for several days so he wouldn't have a bowel movement. He not drink anything, so he dehydrated himself so he can have the stamina not to have to use the restroom and have a bio break. So he was very strategic in planning this. He did not tell anyone in advance until he got to the floor, and he broke the record. It created international news. People looked at it as being a hero. People say he made good trouble. He's been praised. Several folks, the progressives had some smoke for him. They said, look, he should have spoke out against Zionism and against Israel in that time he was on the floor. Folks are saying the things he should have done. He hasn't done enough. He hasn't done this. He hasn't done that. They also talked about all the things that he hasn't done as a Trump supporter. I'm not Trump supporter, as a person that's against it. Like, he should have said something about Israel. He should have did this. He should have did that. Look, here's my whole thing. Okay. Is it performative? Yes. It is performative. It is. Okay. Two things can be true. I don't think for 5 seconds that Cory Booker I'm not praising him as a hero. I'm not going to run around and act like he's a great guy or he's all that. He did something that was symbolic. He did put his body and his health on the line to raise awareness. He did revamp and re-energize some liberals and progressives and some folks that might felt like there need to be something to happen. Here's my whole concern with the progressive critique. Not to say that the critique is not valid. There are some strong points, right? But here's what I wrestle with, okay? And I'm going to get into where my critique with Cory Booker is. It's actually a little bit deeper than some of the shots on the internet. What do y'all fucking want for Democrats? What do y'all expect from Democrats? Let me just say that. If you didn't like Cory Booker before he did this, then it doesn't matter what Cory Booker would have done, right? So I find it interesting that in these situations that some of the biggest, boldest acts is happening right now within the Democratic Party is being led by Black folks, okay? Black and brown Democrats. It's not happening by white Democrats or non-Black Democrats, to be honest. Now, AOC, she's Latino. She definitely is doing some things, right? She's being bold. Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders. He's the exception to the rule when it comes to that. But you're looking at Jasmine Crockett. You're looking at Cory Booker. You're looking at folks that are making some bolder, more declarative things. Now, is it performative? Absolutely. But people are saying Democrats do something. Some argue that when Democrats did not draw the line on some of the Israeli behavior that's been happening with what they consider a genocide, that if you're not going to take a stand against genocide, then is your ability to take a side against fascism is or stand up for democracy, how much you can believe that. And so I'm just saying to some progressives, I'm not saying that I agree with the rhetoric and ways they're going about this issue, but I'm just saying, just holding you accountable, just put a mirror to you, that if you think that the Democrats have not done a strong job on the issue around Palestine, if you feel like they have not drawn a line in the sand when it comes to these excessive uses of force, right? That with the Israeli government doing a lot of killings of innocent people in Palestine. If you felt like that Democrats have not put their foot down and have drawn the line and say that that is going too far, then I don't know. Why do you expect them to have a moral backbone or a larger complaint when it comes to fascism in the Trump regime? I'm just saying. I'm just asking that question. I'm posing a question based on your logic, that if you feel like the line was too far, you said never, we're not voting for Kamala. You said both camps are the same, and you said that Palestine was your line and that them being complicit in a genocide was enough for you. Okay, if you believe that, if you believe they're complicit with a genocide, right? If you have that thought, then why do you fucking care what Cory Booker's doing on this issue? Just saying. Like, it will never be good enough for you. So why even argue? Why even be a killjoy for the people who might be inspired by it? I'm just saying. If you don't want to hold nuance for it, I get it. I get your arguments about this. But then if that is the argument, why do you get in these conversations? What's the point? What's the point? Right? I personally, I've always been critical of both political parties. Now, I vote pragmatically. Let me be very clear. I've always said I'm a pragmatic progressive. Okay? Because at the end of the day, I cannot not vote. I'm sorry. I'm going to vote. I do believe more could be done. I do believe Democrats are not doing enough, right? But at the same time, I'm going to critique that, but I'm also not going to tell people to throw their hands up and not have a political imagination, because the lack of imagination means that you're okay with being a martyr. And there are some progressives that just want to just die. I'm sorry. They just want to die. They have no imagination. They're invested in just telling everybody the end is near. Then what the fuck are you going to do for movement building? What is the answer then? Is it suicide? Because I'm not going to be a part of the suicide mission or squad. So I can't rock with those types of voices. I can't, because I don't find that productive either. I also don't think bootlicking liberals that are not being real about their shit is also productive either. Stand them on both sides. To me, the extremism on both sides is not working within this group. Okay, so yeah, I'm a little bit more pragmatic. It is for me a this and a then, right? So for me, I don't find Cory Booker's behavior inspirational for me, right? He did something, it's notable. But what I am thinking about is the young person who is trying to get inspired, to have a sense of hope, that symbolic gesture might have been something that told a person, you know what, I want to keep going. That, you know what, something that I've said or done can inspire some level of progress. Because at the end of the day, we got to push forward, right? If you think there's nothing to do or do done, then why even fucking vent and bitch on social media? If everything is already over in the end, then just take yourself out now. Oh, you don't want to do that though. Oh, you still got kids to live for. Oh, you still got a family to live for. Then fucking live for them and keep pushing the work. But all of this cynicism and this hyper cynicism without any directive to accountability or movement is just bullshit for me. So all these people that got on the timeline just completely complaining about whether or not, Cory Booker was inspirational or not. Well, you go do the inspirational thing then, brother. You go do it then. If you don't like what you see, that's how I am. I don't see a lot of inspiration in politicians nowadays. I don't. I've been jaded from politicians since 2017, to be real with you. Politicians ain't done it for me. I haven't been inspired since Obama, to be 100% honest. A couple of them do some things that excite me a little bit sometimes. But I've not been listen, as a millennial, baby, let me tell you something. Obama was the last major political figure that truly inspired me, okay? And look, he had his flaws. But let me tell you something. That guy And look, did he age well, as far as the political conversation? Y'all, none of these people, listen, to be the president of the United States, by default, is to be somewhat complicit with some injustice in the world. You can't tell me any U.S. president, right? Please. Now y'all all want to resurrect Jimmy Carter, act like Jimmy Carter. Look, Jimmy Carter got to that point after his president. He got woke many, many years after being a U.S. president. But anybody who's a U.S. president by default is going to be complicit with something. So I don't get what y'all want from these politicians. I don't know why y'all expect them to be on the moral compass of your because to be a politician at that level requires you not to have that level of compassion, because to be quite honest, you wouldn't want to fuck with the state. So I don't get these extreme progressives with their anarchist arguments. Like, I understand the argument for radical change, but the expectation that politicians do it is where I think you guys got me fucked up. I don't expect Cory Booker to be that beacon. I don't expect him to have the moral backbone that you all want him to have. I don't expect that from him. Because if he really was about that life, he wouldn't even be elected. But you got to recognize that there are certain types of people in this current government structure that everybody's bringing something to the table. Now, I wish he would bring more legislative change to the table. And so I would rather get him to move on legislative things rather than trying to argue about how he decides to show up symbolically. That shit's getting old. He's not going to put his body on the ground. He's not going to do it the way that y'all do it, because the elected official. And my whole thing is, why would you want an elected official to mimic how you get down as a radical progressive? Because therefore you would no longer be as radical as you think you are. What do y'all expect? And so I just think that's the reality with me, is that you got people that claim that they understand government, they understand power, they understand this, but then they nitpick at every fucking thing the state do. What are you expecting the state to do? Do you really expect them to do these things? You really thought that Cory Booker, a black elected official that is a part of the Democratic establishment, right? You think that Cory Booker was going to use his 25 hours to speak on what's going on when he gets money from the likes of AIPAC and pro-Israel lobby groups? Like, you thought he was going to do that? I didn't. So stop being intellectually dishonest. If you don't like Cory Booker, just say you like Cory Booker. You didn't like Cory Booker before this. You was not going to like him after it. Stop it. And if your mood can change about a politician based off of one single act they do, then you fake. Because there's a long list of issues with Cory Booker that was problematic before he did it. Okay? However, what I will say is that what Cory Booker did do, and I think what we got to be realistic about progressives, because some of y'all are little elitists, and y'all also don't acknowledge the nuance, is that he got regular people having a conversation about what's going on in this government in ways that they were not prior. We got to recognize that a lot of the progressive movement in a lot of these spaces are super intellectual and super elite education-wise. They're not tapping into spaces of community. They're not organizing. Even in West Philly, I'm going to call you Philadelphia progressives out. Y'all do not want to talk to folks from the hood. Y'all do not want to talk to people who do not have college degrees that are not in these organizational spaces. Y'all want people to know how to use certain language and vernacular the moment you meet them. Oh, this person misgendered me. They don't even know what the fuck misgendering means. They don't. Tell these people. Let them know. But also have grace and have space for folks that do not understand what this is. And if the movement is supposed to be for working people, you calling yourselves the Working Family Party, y'all saying working people and families, then can y'all give me some working families and put some working families in the conversation and engage them in ways that do not feel like they got to learn an entirely different language in order to thrive and survive? Now, I have had the conversations. This podcast, in some ways, provides that for some folks that want to understand what's going on in a way that does not feel intimidating, over the top, or exclusive. I don't charge a subscription for people listening to Ernestly speaking. I don't talk in a way that makes people feel like there's no way they can educate themselves or understand it. I direct people to sources that are accessible, right? And that's what we got to do more of. But I see a lot of these progressive spaces, quote unquote, that are really regressive. They're not progressive in the sense of who is your target audience? Because you can't keep talking at the people. You can't be talking about the people if it's not with the people. And they cannot just be people that are co-sign on every single thing. Listen, talking to Black folks in community about politics, they like Cory Booker. You're not going to win over Black folks in working class families and communities that are going to look at Cory Booker and vilify him. You're going to have to be able to hold nuance, understand that some people, some community folks who have no engagement with politics on a regular basis, they looked at what Cory Booker did as heroic. And guess what? That's okay, right? Two things could be true. What Cory Booker did could be something worthy of looking at and saying, you know what, that's nice. But you can't love the people, but hate everything that they like and do. There has to be some give and take. And that's something that Democrats have done well in some cases. They have found ways, right? I feel like establishment elected officials have done this better than progressives. They have found ways to appeal to populist groups. The gag is that I feel like progressives' policies, like some of their policies for working people economically, would do better for them, but their whole appeal is lacking the recognition of fun and joy. You got to have some joy in this. You got to find ways to hold space, to hold nuance. And I think a lot of folks in these types of movement spaces are not doing that. Now, that doesn't mean compromising and encouraging harm, tolerating bullshit, but sometimes it's okay to be in spaces where you're hearing a person process and wrestle with their thoughts. And I do a lot of that when I go to the barbershop. I do a lot of that when I'm in these community spaces where I'm with folks that don't have degrees, don't understand criminal justice the way that progressives might know it, right? Having the understanding. And when I talk to them about it on levels that everybody can understand, right? My favorite one is about police defunding, where I don't say abolish the police and, cut everything away, but say things to them like, hey, do you think that police funding, that all the money that you think is going to the police is effective to doing the job? And do you know that when you increase the police budget, you're taking away resources to help community? Like the pie does not increase, it reallocates. And if I ask people, what other things are you for versus what you're not, and realize to them, if I told you that we have to cut the community center to fund more police, would you be in favor of that? You find that people actually are okay with defunding the police. They're not saying completely demolish the police, but they are okay with reducing the police budget if that money would go to programs that will further nourish their communities. See, we're asking the wrong questions and we're having the wrong conversations. And so I have realized that a lot of progressives are not having grounded conversations, because a lot of times you're not empowering Black people who come from those communities to understand how to have those conversations with them. I have found that going into the communities that I have grown up in, because they get it twisted, baby. I'm not in an ivory tower. I grew up in public school my entire life. I grew up in a working class family background. I understand how folks want police in their communities. But when you tell them, how do we do a holistic system where we don't need to codepend on the police to do everything? What does that look like? What do we fund? What do we nourish? They want those things because they arguably believe that the reason why they need more police is because they have given up on the realities of funding their schools and community centers. That the only reason why they are okay with having more police in their neighborhoods, because they've given up that their elected officials will actually support and fortify the neighborhoods and community outreach efforts. They've given up on city government. So what I want to tell Mayor Parker is that the reason why when you go to these town halls and these elderly folks are okay with you giving them more police is because they don't believe that you give a damn about their public schools. They don't believe that you actually care about making their neighborhoods greener and cleaner and better. So they say, you know what? The only thing that y'all are interested in doing is funding police. So let me support policing because that's the only thing that I feel like will make me safe, because there's nothing else in the community that's making my community safe outside of that. You've made them codependent on police. And maybe later on in this show, in this series, we will talk about why Philadelphia being a union-dependent area is because there's a lack of serious investment in education, which makes them union-heavy on skills working, which is funding the police industrial complex in our city. The fact that that in this country, the defense budget, the military budget, the police budget in these cities are more than any other types of departments is very telling. And the crazy part is, for all this police funding, the city is not as safe as it was. I mean, there's been some increase in improvements, but to be honest, you would think that if police are doing fine with the budget they currently have, why do you have to keep increasing it every year? I don't know. The logic is not sticking for me. So we just got to be better. We just got to be better. We got to be better. We got to be better. So here's why I was not too impressed with Cory Booker's speech. I recognize that it served as a catalyst for younger people to be inspired, and everybody should have that. And so if that inspires a young person to keep going or to keep caring, I think that matters. But here's why I personally call cap on Cory Booker, and I wasn't going to be a killjoy. But some other people have called this out. David Serrata, others. That filibuster that he had wasn't really a filibuster in the way that we think about it. He scheduled that stunt strategically to avoid him attending his own committee's probe of those big tech pals. Because I don't know if y'all know this, but Booker and the Dems have given a unanimous consent to advance a Trump nominee right after Booker gave his speech. But he also did not, what's interesting is that, Democrats did, it was something interesting. Senate Democrats actually did their jobs, and they held big tech's feet to the fire during that antitrust hearing on Capitol Hill. But what's interesting? The subcommittee's very own ranking Democrat, Cory Booker, scheduled his 25-hour filibuster right in the middle of that big hearing. And I don't know if y'all noticed, but Cory Booker proves to be a reliable ally to Silicon Valley because he gets a lot of the big tech's campaign cash. They give him lots of money. He is a lapdog for big tech. And so, is it a coincidence that he decided to avoid that big old, hearing? That's when the smoke meets the mirrors, y'all. So that's why I was a little, not crazy about Cory Booker's little stunt. Because at the end of the day, the Democrats, that's how they operate, there's this viral video, this satire about how there is, this level of progressive liberalness within these within what would it look like to see a progressive or to see liberalism in a plantation during the slavery era, and it was funny, but it was very modern with like, oh, we use sustainable vegan leather whips that do not that we use. You have to choose. We use cruelty-free. Food for the cows on the plantation. We don't call them slaves. We use them people of its enslaved experience. When you use a word like uprising, that can trigger some of the, people. We don't call them masters. We use the word overseer. That's a more progressive language. Like that is what it feels like sometimes dealing with liberals in the Democratic Party, that it is still slavery by a different name, that the plantation politics are still plantation politicking, even though they're using quote unquote more accessible language and views on the same harm. It's death by a different way with some of these Democrats and how they operate. So do you want a 25-hour filibuster to condemn Trump, or do you want us to, holding big tech that's funding Trump accountable? I don't know. And so that's how I really felt about the Cory Booker thing. But I didn't want to be someone that jumped on the bandwagon talking shit about Booker, because my mindset is at this point to do that would be to expect something from him. And honestly, if people want to be inspired, if it inspires them to do better in their own lives, then I'm okay with the inspiration. I just don't want people to put people on pedestals. So like, okay, you like Cory Booker and what he did, but let's not put Cory Booker on a pedestal, y'all. Let's just keep it moving and keep it going and demand more. And yeah, that's it. So yeah, that's my nuanced take on Cory Booker's quote unquote good trouble. In other news, there has been some private polling that suggests that AOC might be having an advantage going up against Chuck Schumer for the Senate. Now, Chuck Schumer is up, I believe, in 2028. So there's an opportunity for AOC to might get serious about considering a Senate run against him, because people are really not feeling Chuck Schumer right now. We'll see how this plays out. But, you know, there might be a chance for AOC to build an army. Maybe she needs to be in the Senate versus being in Congress. Maybe there's a new opportunity for her to, you know, push the needle forward. You know, we'll see. We'll see. In other news, former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is considering running for Georgia governor very soon. Well, I mean, if that's what Georgia wants, I don't know. I don't know if she's, I mean, will Kemp be done by then? I think Kemp will be done. Brian Kemp will be done. So it'll be like a primary. So maybe that's what it takes, you know. Maybe that's what it takes. Stacey Abrams, you know, I mean, the thing is, I'll say, Stacey Abrams have never won like an actual elected seat. Keisha Lance Bottoms did do that at least. So there is somewhat of a chance she might have. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see with that one. I don't want to call it quits and say she does that she needs to just hang it up. But we'll have to see. That's a matter. We gotta play that one out. We gotta play that one out by ear. We'll see. Eric Adams has decided he's going to run for independent. You know, he's not going to run in Democratic primaries, but he's going to run as an independent. I think that is a smart move for him, even though I don't support him. But let's say that, you know, Cuomo gets the nominee. You know, hopefully not. But that is coming up this summer. But let's say that Eric Adams takes himself out of the Democratic primary. That means that there's a chance that Cuomo might even have an even higher shot of winning that primary. We'll see, though. But if he do, right, then New York has a choice. Are you going to vote for Andrew Cuomo? You're going to vote for that guy? Or are you going to stick with the devil you know, Eric Adams? I mean, that would be an interesting toss-up race, you know. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But also be interesting to see the hypocrisy of the Democratic Party in action. Because if Cuomo wins this primary, look, all I got to say is this is the man that cried wolf and cried cancel culture. Andrew Cuomo, as you all know, was in my book, The Case for Cancel Culture. I discussed his situation, discussed his cry for cancel culture. And I talked about that in my chapter around when Democrats cancel. Okay, when liberals cancel, when progressives cancel. That was a part of one of my chapters in my book. Okay, it was a good read, but I talk about Andrew Cuomo. And it's interesting that he's making this interesting comeback. So, you know, you know, we'll see where that goes. But I just want to put that on your radar because that right there stood out to me for sure. Yeah, local politics is local politicking for sure. Now to local politics and what's going on in our own backyard in Philly, because Philly got some things, y'all. Philly got some things. So there might be some trouble in Krasnodice. Now, let me just say this, you know, full disclosure. I'm not saying that I think that the outcome of this race, you know, I think that Krasner is still the front runner to potentially Larry Krasner for the district attorney's race in Philadelphia. He is an incumbent. He has served 2 terms. He's running for a 3rd term right now. which, there's no term limits for DA races in Philadelphia compared to like mayor. There's no term limits for city council either, which is why it's a mess. But for these role offices, they have that kind of energy. So, before I say this, I just want to clarify that. I just want to make sure people know that I'm not saying that, it's going to be, Krasner better, but there is some interesting trends happening. So I'm looking at these endorsements pertaining specifically to Krasner. Union support for him is split. AFL-CIO, they did not make an endorsement, which is telling. Building trades is supporting Pat Dugan. SEPTA, I believe some SEPTA workers, our union group, is also supporting Pat Dugan. There's other unions supporting Krasner. It's split. It's very split. Sam Staten Jr. is in his union is supporting him, but Ryan Boyer and the building trades are not. Unions are split on the endorsement of the candidates. But interesting, and this is a big one that stood out to me, the 8th Ward, which is an open ward, okay? An open ward in Central City, the 8th Ward, they've endorsed Pat Dugan over Krasner. And the reason why this is a big deal is because these are, the 8th Ward, okay, let's be very clear. The 8th Ward in Center City, they previously endorsed Krasner for DA. So for them to go to Pat Dugan is very interesting. It's a very interesting turn of events. And, some people will make certain arguments and say certain things, but I'm looking at this and I'm just saying Philly, the endorsements are very, very interesting. I've seen some of the endorsements they've made across the board. There's 3 people who are running, for judge, for the municipal courts. Certain folks are not getting endorsed there. Some people got on the ballot. It's going to be interesting to see what's going on. But the Democratic Executive Committee of the 8th Ward, for them to support Pat Dugan that ain't nothing to sneeze on. Again, Krasner has a name recognition. He has a name recognition. He has a lot of attention. He's been, not making media appearances. And it's been very telling. But I don't know. It's just something I'm just telling people, just pay attention to that. Watch that space. I know there's a lot of people who have been very critical, and have said, they have their questions about Dugan and things. But I want to say one thing about this race. For example, it seems like a lot of 8th Ward's got stuff going on. In D.C., all my D.C. people, that crazy nut Trayon Wright or whatever, senior is running again for y'all ward. What are y'all doing? What's going on? What's going on over there? He's nuts. But apparently other people are also running over there. This guy named Salim Aldofo, he's running apparently. Well, this is a while back. This is actually a while back. I digress. But Trayon White is announcing he's running for re-election for that seat in 8th Ward. And he is crazy. He got some crazy anti-Semitic ideals. He's just problematic. But, I digress. The 8th Ward in D.C. got a lot going on. If he tries to run for re-election in that seat, what an embarrassment. But I digress. He's trying to be on the ballot. That's crazy. But anyway, I don't know what this means for Pat Dugan's race. I guess there's a level of how do I describe this? There's a level of enthusiasm, momentum that he's be able to, maybe with people thought it was going to be a sweep. I mean, we're a month and a few days away from the primary. So, we could take that for what it's worth. We are, a month away from the primary. So there's a lot of decisions and things that needs to be made. But it was something I thought was interesting. Now, one big shocker. Yes, he's alive. The former mayor, the 99th mayor of Philadelphia, the former Philly mayor, Jim Kenney, comes out of Chewbacca's cave to urge the mayor, the current mayor, Parker, to continue SEPTA program that gave free rides to low-income Philadelphians. This is the Zero Fare program, which was pretty much an opportunity to give lower-income families in Philadelphia, what is considered, what he argues is a chance to breathe, to feed their kids, to live with a little less financial stress. He wrote an op-ed for the Philadelphia Inquirer, of course, basically speaking about how the Zero Fare, like to kill the Zero Fare program will, cut 25,000 low-income people monthly. They get monthly SEPTA passes at no cost. So the Zero Fare program gives 25,000 low-income people in Philadelphia a pass a month at no cost so they can go to their jobs, they do their medical appointments and everything else. But apparently in Parker's budget, she wants to cancel this. And council members like Nicholas O'Rourke and Jim Harity have raised concerns about this. Of course, Fifth Square, which is a urban policy PAC, that's the PAC Fifth Square. They are also been, trying to get a petition to advocate for it. Those are the urbanists. They're not crazy about this. Now, Tiffany Thurman, who is the chief of staff for the Park administration, has said to council, we have chosen not to continue that pilot, but that does not suggest in any way that we do not support SEPTA and are not concerned about their fiscal health. Interesting. Now, Nicholas O'Rourke has said at council that defunding this Zero Fare betrays a serious anti-poverty strategy that actually helps boost our struggling SEPTA system. There's a lot of things being said about this. And apparently based off a March, Zero Fare participants had taken 6.6 million trips on SEPTA. The agency said in the last 3 months of 2024, they took an average of 100,000 trips a week. So Kenney has been saying apparently that he doesn't get why she wants to kill it. He says he did not directly criticize the mayor. He said that's not his role. But he is saying that he wants to advocate for this Zero Fare situation. Yeah, it's a lot. It's getting heated over there. So for context, for those who keep score, CCP is giving free SEPTA passes to students, is what they said they're doing. But last August, because of what was going on with the financial crisis, Drexel said it could no longer afford to pay the benefit of their employees of having SEPTA passes, and they dropped out of the program. But they were charging workers a $20 a month co-payment. So they were doing the SEPTA passes at an expense of $20 a month, and they said they couldn't afford to do it. It's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. I was like, not them bringing him out. Not them bringing him out. I just don't understand what. Not them bringing him out. Kenney coming out of being out of quote unquote, retirement or purgatory, depending on how you look at it, to come out and speak out against this. So, interesting. Very interesting. And news that is not interesting but disappointing, but context needs to be given. There's been a lot of talk about black men in college. The big New York Times story came out. At black colleges, a stubborn gender enrollment gap keeps growing, and so the number says that at these schools, that Howard, HBCUs, even like Howard, which is considered an elite HBCU, that the school has only 25% men, but 19% of them are Black men. It's a lot. They talked about in this New York Times story that the lack of Black men in these colleges and universities, that not just it's not just a burden for Howard, but a lot of other Black men in these colleges, but Black women specifically, it's a burden on them in terms of financial burdens and marriage prospects. And what does the statistic looks like in real time for students at Howard? It's a lot. It's a lot of takeaways about what this means. Now, I didn't go to HBCU myself. I was an HBCU professor at Cheney, which is the nation's first HBCU. And there's a lot about this, but there's a declining enrollment levels for Black men at all colleges, but specifically at HBCUs, which is even more telling. To be clear, Black men are 26% at HBCUs, which is down from 38% in 1976. So, yeah, it's a problem. It's been interesting in recent years that there's a lot of conversations about, Black men going to college in this country. We know the role of mass incarceration. That definitely plays a role in it, right? But outside of that, there has been this growing sentiment, even amongst young Black men, that the number is decreasing, even though things are supposed to be more accessible, more technological, the economy and things. But there has been a growing sentiment. And I think, I am a conspiracy theorist. I think that there has been a concerted effort in society to deter Black men from going to college. I think there is a very strong campaign, and you can call me a conspiracy theorist, whatever, but I definitely think there is. I find it that there are several articles that's been written about these takes. I think that there's a lot of roles on this. I think there's the creator economy. I think that has a role in it, to a certain extent. And what I mean by the creator economy, I mean that there's been a hyper obsession of selling get rich quick schemes, entrepreneurship pathways for Black men to partake in that does not require any type of college education. I'm not talking about union work. I'm not talking about union labor or skilled worker training. That's always been the backbone of an American society. Most Americans don't have a college degree. We know this already. And so let me be very clear that when I talk about my union workers, when I talk about my skilled workers and technicians, I'm not talking about those individuals. But I am talking about that there is a wide swath of Black men. And I think this is very hard hitting, right? That are in America that are not working union type of jobs, skilled type of trades work. They're just doing, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like it's not like they're like, I am getting a paid, decent, livable wage, working a skilled workers trade job for a union where I'm vested with benefits and things, right? There is a space for that, and that's always been in America, right? We talk about the blue collar workers, and people always act like blue collar workers are white folks that live up in the Midwest or whatever. No, there's also Black and brown workers who also work in those industries and spaces as well. And hey, at the end of the day, they have to make money to provide for their families, and also they're making a decent living, and so there's no shame there, right? Let me be very clear. But there are also a swath of Black men, right, that are not involved in any skilled trades, union, benefit, job, work. They're literally working, they're hopping from job to job, they're dibbling and dabbling and wanting to either be a music artist, an athlete, some get-rich-quick scheme on the internet, some pyramid scam bullshit, some fake-ass Forex trading shit. There is a lot of people in this giggish creator economy that does not have an actual passion for any particular thing, but just are whatever reason afraid to go to college, but also at the same time don't necessarily have a desire or inkling to pursue a trade, skills type of work, labor, right? And I feel like that gap is a gap that should have went to college. Because unless you had a real passion for a career, if everybody says, oh, college is not for everybody. Okay, that's true. But that doesn't mean that college isn't for nobody. Okay, for black men. So the argument is always college is for everybody, but everyone's acting like all these black men are going to college. There's actually less black men going to college than not going to college. And that's scary because we talk about generational wealth, right? We talk about, oh, financial independence and freedom. We talk about building a legacy around, financial stability. How do you do that with no generational investment in education? This is an uncomfortable conversation, but it's a necessary conversation. And I had this conversation with my students at CCP because sometimes they're young. A lot of them, a lot of them are 19, 20, 21, some are 22, and they're on the cusp of deciding. Some of them are like, oh, I'm not a college person. Doing fine in class, but tempted, scared, fearful that, they're missing out. They got friends, they got cars and catching these certain trips and all this shit. And they're like, oh, I don't know if it's worth it. I know I'm in school, I'm doing good, but is this degree? And they're having these second guesses. And and there's people with degrees that will sit up and they'll play into that rhetoric like, oh, this college debts and loans, get all that, hear all that. And I know that there's certain things that deter people from going to college. But there is a lot but I'm talking about not the private school prep kids that went to private school and then got to college. I'm talking about students who are lower income that could go to college and get tuition paid for, get really good financial aid resources and benefits, and are choosing not to. This Trump era is Trump aside, but let's just talk about it. There's tons of financial aid opportunities, benefits. I can't tell you how many kids I've met that are so talented, so smart, so gifted, so bright, that could go to college and get some really good, serious financial aid and not go into any crazy amounts of loan and debt. And the interesting thing is that those are not the students that are going. And then the ones that are going on tuition, on financial aid, on some good scholarships, are questioning college. So it's a deeper conversation. And so I need some of my middle class growing up people. I'm not saying exit this conversation. I'm just saying take a seat real quick. Because there's some conversations that have not been had about this that I've been sitting on knowing about and having thoughts about. And a lot of times I keep hearing a lot of this is the annoying thing. Rich people, wealthy people, highly educated people like myself. There are people who've never benefited, have never lived in a working class environment. They've never worked in a situation where they've had parents that have had to navigate, and have had to go through different type of financial experiences to provide for their kids. It may not necessarily be dirt cheap poverty, but it ain't necessarily living like money growing trees. There's a different conversation when you're a first generation college graduate, when you are the first in your immediate family to graduate with a degree on time. Okay, you didn't take no breaks, you didn't take no pauses. It's very different to have these conversations because you come from a space of looking at this I read these reports, and that's great. Research is important. But let me explain something. There's a different type of conversation that's not had, that gets missing in these conversations when you're somebody who has lived a different type of life. And that's okay. There's no shame from privilege. Let me be clear. The goal should be that all of us should be able to have parents that all went to college. We should all have had experiences where our parents graduated and got degrees. And when they had the degrees, they got good jobs so they could take care of us and let us go to college. That was not my reality. My mom was not a traditional college student. My stepfather who raised me did not finish college. My mother got through college through going to work, working for a company that was able to provide for her to eventually get her degrees. That's a different route, right? It's not to say that it negatively impacted me, but it did provide context, right? Like had it been that she would have gotten her degrees on time worked certain companies, her opportunity to make the money that she's making now would have been very different. She also had a divorce very young. There was different experiences that put us in a single parent dynamic that was very different, that also changed the economics, right? Now, like my younger brothers, they know they never lived in an apartment complex. They lived in a house. They live in a nice neighborhood. They go to a really good public school. They've had these different types of experiences. It's not the same as mine. But it's just to say that when we're talking about upward mobility, we're talking about education and access, the prospects to even consider going to college, these livelihoods and these household changes do shape by education. The likelihood for a child to go to college is way higher for a Black child if their parents went to school. If their parents do not go to college, the likelihood of them aspiring to go to college is very, very low. These are real facts and figures. And a lot of times people want to make it like, because I feel like my upper middle class folks like to say, oh, it's because of student debt in college. No, it's not. No, it's not. Not solely. College affordability does play a role. Let me be clear. It do play a role, but it is not the only reason. And you all don't know that because you see things through money. And I get it. I get it. Debts are high. Things are high. But there's a lot of other reasons and factors why young Black men are not going to college. And it's not just mass incarceration. It's not just because of the fact of the conversations around college affordability, child, because they're going in debt and taking loans out to do all kind of crazy shit that would be better use for their education, to pursue a degree or to pursue some type of education versus not. Okay? I can't tell you how many young Black men I know that are saving money to put into programs to learn how to trade and learn how to do this internet stuff. And the gag is that some of them will find themselves in worse financial straits because they don't even have the formal education to know how to formally read, to write, to do the things to thrive in those spaces. But they would rather, that is more alluring to them. They want to be content creators and producers in this creator economy. They want to go off and be musicians and rappers. Some of them have aspirations to create certain content through podcasts and other shit. There's a space. And the crazy part about it is that a lot of this stuff that they're passionate about, if they went to college and understood the grounding for it, built a network of support, met some worthier people to encourage them, get them some mentors to pursue the industry in a smart way, they would be better off. But there has been a concentrated effort, I think, in this country for a long time to deter Black people from going to college. Black women and Black men. I think Black women has been different because a lot of when we look at upward mobility, whether it's single parent households where women was in the house or whether dynamics of you looking at political aspiration, there has been a lot of interest socially to encourage Black women to pursue college education. Because seeing is believing, right? And so there's been a large emphasis on showcasing women doing certain roles. Women therapists, women psychiatrists, women nurses, women doing these certain films, like Black women pursuing those. There's been a lot of visibility in that front. But what we've seen with Black men, what we celebrate amongst Black women, like if you celebrate successful Black women in society, the likelihood of celebrating Black women in a professional sense is oftentimes positioned in roles that require college education. If you look at how society celebrates Black men in the world, professions-wise, a lot of those professions are not required with degrees in education. So when we think about successful Black women, right, a lot of successful Black women we think about are business women, business owners. We think of women who are in the health field. We think of teachers. We think of educators. We think of people that are in professions and skills that require a college degree. When you talk about Black successful men, right, a lot of those individuals that we highlight, we talk about, and we celebrate, a lot of them are not in fields that require or arguably require an education. And this has been a growing trend for the past 30 years. When I think about when I was growing up, right, a successful Black man, right, yes, Michael Jordan was on the top of the list. A lot of people were sports players. But I think about like Johnny Cochran. I remember certain names, right? President Barack Obama, Colin Powell. Like we was naming those men. I feel like we have fallen a little bit away from that in this new, like I see this move of this generation, Gen Z, where if you ask them, name some successful black men, a lot of black men they're thinking about do not have college degrees. But we're in this era where we've seen a rise of black women in positions, right? Look at the black woman we have in Supreme Court. That's a black woman that we're proud of. We're not talking about Clarence Thomas. We're not proud of him. No one wants to be him. But we think about it, Supreme Court. We think about Kamala Harris being the vice president. We're thinking about this rise of black women conversations around black women in economics, business. There's a lot of that conversation that is uplifting black women. It should be, right? And so as a result of that, we see a lot of black young women aspiring to go to college, right? But when we think about black men, even the emphasis on black men divine nine, right? You see a lot of more emphasis on AKAs. You see deltas. You see the sororities, right? That are getting prominent. And you say, wow, they got big chapters, big announcements. You know why? Because there's a lot of black women in those colleges. So they can have a line of 50 black women. But then you say, well, why is there not that many alphas coming through? Why are we not seeing these big line numbers of alphas outside of the Morehouses and the all black male schools? Because there's not that many black men in college students to begin with. And so then what happens to the black men that we do see in those schools, right? They're getting through by sports degrees. So even when they are in college, it's connected to sports as a way to get in. There needs to be a revolution. We need to really, if we're trying to change society and change black community, right? We cannot have a society where the success, the wealth generation is only happening within one particular segment of the community. Black men need to step up, but there also needs to be a society that we need to hold accountable and not continue to have the imbalance of opportunities and access when it comes to college education and upward mobility in this country when it comes to black people. There is a divide. There's always been a gender gap and divide, but when it comes to success attribution, it has been disproportionately, black women are rising to the occasion and being celebrated and doing their thing. This is not a slight to black women at all. They're doing what they're supposed to do. But when we're looking at black men in our society, what are we doing to perpetuate norms that do not encourage college as education? I have never been in too many black women's spaces where I've gone to events I've supported. It was a black women's event we just had at PABJ. I've never been in those spaces where I've heard any black woman tell other black women college degrees are not everything. Some women say, look, I didn't go to college, whatever. But I don't hear the encouragement of that. When black women say they're going to college, they want to pursue a degree, there is a level of celebration, enthusiasm for it. When black men say the same thing, unless they're in spaces that are already educated spaces, I have seen young black men that I teach tell me their parents are telling them they're wasting their time. There's a level of discouragement. And we see it in the dropout numbers, the retention numbers. It's there. And why is that the case? Why is there a hyper focus on discouraging black men to go to college? Because if they're not in college and they're not in a skills-oriented job where they got a consistent job and employment, what happens to those men? The likelihood of them being caught up in the system goes up exponentially higher. It's not that many white-collar black criminals because there ain't that many black folks and black men specifically in these white-collar jobs. Not to say that we're not in them, we are in some, but not at the numbers of our other peers. And again, you want to talk about college affordability and whatnot, it has nothing to do with that. I know individuals who got full ride tuition. They're just looking at it as a matter of time. They're questioning the value of it. And I think we need to have a different conversation in black community spaces that we need to go. We spend so much time telling people college isn't everything. We spend so much time telling people don't go to college. We spend so much time talking about student debt that we have ignored the actual benefits of college beyond financial purposes. You cannot have a thriving black society that is not educated. You cannot have an innovative, intersectional, progressive black community that is not educated. Have you ever thought to yourself that maybe we encourage more of our own people to go to college and to aspire to get higher education, that they would actually be the solutions to the problems that we keep complaining about? Maybe we had more black elected officials that are educated on the economy. We had more black economists that were smart and responsible, that they could find a way to fix some of these poverty gaps that we keep expecting other communities to do for us, and we expect to do this without being educated on it. The closest way to financial independence is to have education. You cannot be liberated without education. Education frees you. It tells you what you don't know so you can then know to fix it. There's no way that you thrive in this society without reading. If you're not reading books, if you're not educating yourself on a regular basis, with or without college, you are failing. You are failing. You are failing. There is no way that you navigate this world without informing yourself. If you're not reading, if you're not writing, if you're not having conversations that make you critically think about the world you're living in, if you're not educating yourself, you are failing. And note that I'm saying this without college, but you're going to have to learn something. And I think there's this weird conversation that people are having in certain communities around education where, okay, so just because you chose not to get a degree, that didn't mean you stopped reading. See, people just don't want to learn shit. See, the anti-college rhetoric is not an anti-college rhetoric. It's an anti-education rhetoric. The people that say they don't want to go to college are the people that also say they don't want to learn shit. They think it's hard. They don't, listen, Philadelphia's illiteracy rate is over 50% adult illiteracy. Most adults in Philadelphia do not know how to fucking read and write functionally. And what I mean is their reading level is below 4th grade reading level. If you actually ask them to read, they know how to read off a menu, possibly. But if you told them to read a contract, if you actually told them to read a contract for a job they apply for, they wouldn't know how to. They're signing their life away. If you actually told them to read the lease before they signed, they couldn't read the lease and interpret information. They can read a menu. They can read a stop, go sign. They can read, online, details and descriptions on certain products. They couldn't read the back of an ingredients and tell you most of the ingredients on there. There's a lot of functional illiterates in our society. And we think illiteracy means that this person can't move. No, they can go to work. They can do the in and out job, but they can't read basic information though. They couldn't read. They're not reading. If you ask them last time they read a book, they couldn't tell you. They don't read articles. They don't read articles. They don't read the news. They may watch the local news on TV, but even to a certain extent, interpretation, no. And then we wonder, right, what happens on social media. They're reading blurbs off social media that's giving them misinformation. And we're confused how voter turnout can impact people. Well, they don't know what the issues are because they can't even read or write, which goes back to basic public education. There was a time many, many years ago, 50 years ago, where a person could make it in this world with a high school diploma because they could read and write on a decent level. And so, yes, older folks, okay, my boomers, this ain't the education economy y'all have now, okay? Y'all are so used to talking about, bring back the trades, bring back the skilled jobs. Listen, it's not enough of those jobs anymore to sustain a society. They're also not getting the education that y'all got. There was a world where when you was in high school, you had to know how to read a book, write a book report. I know this might sound like a foreign concept to some people, okay? That's not in private schools. You had to read an actual book. You had to do book reports, book essays, and projects. That was not college. That was high school. And you read books from William Shakespeare. You read books from Charles Dickens. When I was in high school, I went to a public school, baby. So let me tell you what we was reading. I read Great Expectations by Charles Dickens when I was in middle school. Okay? And I wasn't in no private prep academy. Okay? I read Charles Dickens' Great Expectations when I was in the 8th grade. We read books from James Baldwin, Charles Dickens, Jonathan Short. We read books. We read some books from William Shakespeare. We had to read the plays. We had to have conversations about Romeo and Juliet and all this. Macbeth, that's what we did. I don't know what the fuck these kids are learning anymore. I don't. And here's the thing. It wasn't easy, but that was okay. It was uncomfortable, but you had to get out your uncomfort zone. We used to read paragraphs in class out loud. I don't know. And what's happening to these kids is they're getting passed along. People know the kids can't read or write, but they're giving them the bare minimum grade to pass them along. They get in 70s and 60s, 75s. They're just getting passed along. And by the time they get to college, you're like, how did they make it to this point? Or some of them who are in community college, you realize, they don't actually know how to read and write. That's why college intimidates them. It's not actually because of the fact that the student loans, they can't afford it. They actually are not even knowing how to functionally read and write. And so they sometimes get passed on through college. But the reality is that it's not that they can't do college, it's that maybe there needs to be a reset. But I don't know, when you're putting more money in policing and police department budgets, and you're cutting people's ability to learn in their public schools, or reducing the programming it takes to make them educated, this is how you get a society like this. And it's so weird to me because listen, I'm going to tell you the scam of it all. When I hear people talk about generational wealth and there's no conversation around education, stop following that person. Dead ass. Anybody who's talking about generational wealth, which annoys me because it's like, that conversation is the generational wealth conversation is happening at a very low level, and yet the people that is receiving information is very uneducated to understand what it takes to build generational wealth. So I hate the whole generational wealth conversation, to be honest. I think it's a waste of time. I think that is misguided, misinformed, and the people that are often talking about it don't know what they're talking about it because they're not educated on it either. So it annoys me. But for 5 seconds, let's just entertain it for 5 seconds. Let's just say that everybody that's talking about it are interested in it, right? They talk about home ownership. They talk about, owning property, yada, yada, yada. Here's the thing, funny people. How do people understand markets and economies? How do people know when to invest and when to do it? Because you just can't just wake up one day and buy a home, how do you attain that kind of money to do that in a smart, wise way to know how to properly invest your funds? Oh, that's right. You're spending $3,000 to pay some stupid guy to give you a webinar to tell you how to do it. You really believe him? You trust him? Where is his education from? Is he educated on the economy too? Because somebody's got to be smart in this. Somebody's got to be educated to know the economy or know how this financial stuff works. See, here's the thing. You're going to say, what about you, Ernest? You don't have a degree in the economy. I don't. But you know what's funny? I have an economist. I have a lawyer. All those people are college educated where they are giving me the insights to tell me what to do to make my money work for me. You got to do this with somebody with some education. Everybody just can't be out here cruising on through, right? Oh, people want to be therapists. People want to give people self-care. Who got the license in this motherfucker? Who actually has the degree in psychology? Who's got the doctorate? Who actually knows this shit? Y'all can't be out here talking about y'all got some certificates out here and some type of self-help therapy. Who actually then did the work to understand how therapy works? Because there's a lot of people out here talking about psychology and this shit. And I'm just like, and where are you getting your information from? Oh, you read it off the internet and now you want to give it to me? Nah, pass, hard pass. What I'm saying also to say, somebody's got to know. Somebody's got to have a degree in a situation. Somebody's got to have the degree in a situation. And it's really frustrating to me that people are continuing to push this type of rhetoric and not consider the ins and outs. So I'm a little cynical. I'm a little skeptical about this process, about this. And what I will tell you before I wrap this point up is that I am not in the business of encouraging people not to go to college. I believe that everybody should strive to get a formal education, that they can turn their skills into ways that they can apply it to the workforce. I'm not going to tell people that college is not for everyone, or not for everyone. It may not be for everyone, but it is for someone, and it might be for you. And so for me, I believe that College is a great idea. It's a smart idea. People should explore it. People should invest in it. I think that education should be invested in. I think that if we look at college education as only a place to get a job, you're not seeing it strong enough. Because let me tell you what college did for me. College gave me a network. College gave me a space and place to interact with people that had different thoughts than I did. It made me a more humane person. It made me a more ethical person. It made me a more critical thinker. It made me be able to understand how to critique things. It made me know how to process information. It made me know how to retain information. It gave me a space and place to understand how to think for myself. It also gave me a mindset how to think globally. It also gave me a space how to think collaboratively. It also gave me a group of people that not only was this the place where I found my husband, but also I found my best friends in college. I found people that I can build with. It also gave me a space and network and a cause to care for. It actually was a place to contextualize my passions and how to do it in a way that made sense for me. It also taught me a way how to make money in multiple ways. Okay, not just one way. It also gave me a way to understand how to challenge myself in nonviolent ways, how to argue and to debate folks in ways that do not land me in jail. Okay, it taught me a lot about myself personally, professionally, and emotionally. It gave me a very great place to learn from other people, to build with other people. It inspired me and empowered me. Okay, it did a lot. And for people who have not had this experience, that will continue to tell you that it's not worth it, it is worth every fucking dime. I would rather be in debt in education than be in debt for shit that's going to continue to not sustain me. Let me tell you something. With education, you can find your way out of debt. Without it, you can stay in debt. All the people that's out here talking about, oh, college loans, this, and the third, I hear you. But guess what? That's because you're not in it yet. When you get your job, you get your career, you find that place for you. You put yourself in a position where you can find the means, the ways, and opportunities to get yourself out of whatever you're in. And let's also be real with educational debt. Educational debt is not the same as some of these other debts, okay? These PayPal debts, these little loans that y'all taking, these credit card bills that y'all maxing out. There's different types of debts. And to be honest with you, educational debt within your strain around your credit is a lot different economically than having debt with other shit. Okay? And here's the gag. The gag is there's people out here in debt without a college education. But where's the return on investment? Where's the ROI in that? Education is going to always have an ROI. I will tell you, I've never been without. I've never been without an opportunity. I've never been without possibilities. And some people may have a degree and they think that's what it does for them. It does everything for them. No, but you know what it do? It gives you a great catalyst to opportunities and resources that a lot of people don't have. And so we got to stop this. And we got to have a different conversation with Black men specifically about education. Because we're also not having that conversation with them. I'm taking a lot of time in the work that I'm doing, my fraternity, the networking, the mentorship, that I'm spending a lot of time with younger people, and I'm listening more. I'm understanding what is making them question the value of college education. And I think that we as college educated folks have just not been really honest to them about the benefits. We're so busy talking about the debt. Stop it. Stop. Because there's a lot of other reasons why you went to college, and it was not just about debt or why you issues. Have a real conversation about real personal networks, fighting spouses, the benefits of it in society, how you navigate the world differently. There's a different conversation to have. And it's never too late to go back to school. It's never too late. There's opportunities out there to embolden you, to enrich it. Sometimes, you know, what I found with even my mom, who went back to school later in life and got her degrees, is that sometimes you might need some time away. I always say people don't have to go immediately from high school to college, but don't ever rule the idea of college out. We have to look at it differently. I think too many people are forcing the timeline. Some folks may need to take some time, take a gap year, go do some work, go volunteer a little bit, and then maybe from that experience, figure out if you want to go to college from that point. But there's different ways to consider. A lot of my students, some of them have taken gap years and now they're in community college, and now they want to, do 2 years to see if some college is good. And then they want to test their waters before they transfer to a 4-year college. And if they transfer to a 4-year college, they only are going to be there for their junior and senior year, and they walk away 4 years. There's a lot of people out here that got 4-year college degrees, but did not do 4 years at the college that they graduated from. Y'all better wake it up. There's different ways to do it. I think the problem is that for so long, we've told people there's only one way to do college. There's very different ways to do college. And some people may not be ready the moment they graduate from high school. Some people need to go out and work. Some people need to brush up on their reading and writing skills. Some people need to get certificates. Some people need to do certifications. And then maybe they go back and they do it because they want to advance their career in the job market. Because there's a lot of jobs that are now asking for some college or a 4-year college degree or more, right? And so a lot of people come to me and say, I want to be a dentist, I want to be this, I want to be that. And I'm looking at them like, you got to do that. You just can't just walk up one day and just waltz up into these roles. There's going to be some training you're going to have to do. There's going to be some education you have to do regardless. So we need to have a different conversation about what that looks like. You know, it may not be graduate from high school and go straight to college. It might be, hey, go work for a company, go be a fellow, do a fellowship. Maybe you want to do city year and you want to do a service project for 4 years or 2 years or something, or you want to, do something different. Like there's a variety of different ways that you could prepare yourself for college without going straight there after high school. So I don't know. We just got to talk to our kids differently. We got to mentor them differently. We got to open up the imagination and possibilities differently. And, that's my solution to it. Before we get to Ask Ernest, I do want to take a little quick moment. A lot of you all were talking about the Inquirer, and, there's been some press about the editor, Gabe Escobar at the Inquirer, talking to NABJ Philly. There was a meeting that they had about the DEI changes. They killed their community service desk and all that stuff. I mean, their community engagement desk or whatever. Y'all know how I feel about this. I'm going to keep it very simple. They're having a meeting with this man after he already eliminated the table, the desk, okay? He's already did the layoffs and cut those jobs. Those jobs are gone. They're not coming back. So the question becomes, now what? What y'all gonna do? Oh, y'all just had a meeting. Okay. And you all, and what they say, they said, we're gonna still do DEI. Uh-huh. Okay. They said that 4 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 20 years ago. Look, you could spend your time trying to resurrect a tired, old, racist white publication, or you can invest in outlets and spaces and places that want to change the conversation, do something different. The choice is up to you. The choice is up to you. I'm just saying. The choice is up to you. I think there's a lot of people who are staying around having these same tired conversations. And at some point, you just got to move on. And so I'm in a space professionally in my career where I'm not going to keep having the same redundant conversations. I'm just not. I'm not going to keep having the same arguments about these topics. Like, what are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing? We're having the same conversations every time. Every time. At some point, you got to stop the definition of insanity. You got to stop you got to stop. You got to say, you know what? Not today, Satan. Not me. Not I. But I digress. So, this week's Ask Ernest is about this term I used in my Instagram story last week about being strategically fortunate. And I thought about this because Viola Davis, she's in a new movie called G20 that is going to be coming out on Amazon Prime. I have seen it. It is incredible. But she said that, and it stuck out to me, that every film she does not need to be considered for an Academy Award. And Viola Davis is such a great actress that a lot of people, every time she do something, folks automatically perk up and want to determine does she have a chance for an Oscar. And she said, look, there are movies that she do to feed her 6-year-old self, and there's things that she do to feed her 80-year-old self in the future. And Viola Davis has been very intentional on doing roles now that just feeds different parts of her desires. And everything she do isn't necessarily trying to be, super highbrow or up for Oscar. Sometimes she just want to have fun. And I thought about this because I said, this is what it means to have a range. And I thought about Meryl Streep, because I really am a big Meryl Streep fan. I follow her career. I know her movies. I think I've seen every single Meryl Streep film. I think I have. All of the Oscar nominated performances, I've probably seen more than once, easily. But I am a big Meryl Streep fan. I have followed her career as long for at least 10 years since, listen, she's had a career longer than I've been alive, but I have watched almost every film she's done. And to be clear, what people don't understand about Meryl Streep is that she's had an interesting career. She has longevity. Sis has longevity. But every decade of her career has not been fabulous. And a lot of people don't understand this. So Meryl Streep, if you follow her career, it really starts in the 70s. She did some acting. She was a girl, came out of the woodwork, hitting it, okay? One of her first debut performances was like in Manhattan with Woody Allen was the director. Okay, that was a different Woody Allen child. That was the 70s. Then she did The Deer Hunter, and she gets nominated for an Oscar. Then she does Kramer versus Kramer, and she wins. And then shortly after that, she's in The French Lieutenant Wife. Then she wins an Oscar for Sophie's Choice. The girl was killing it when she first started her career, okay? She was like Jennifer Lawrence when Jennifer Lawrence just hit it, okay? And then every movie she did in the 80s, everything she did was nominated for an Oscar. She was just getting those nominations. She was the it girl in the 80s. From the 70s to the 80s, no one had a reign like Meryl Streep did. And then something happens. In the 90s, she gets a little played out where those big, meaty Oscar films, nominated films, do not happen, okay? So yeah, she did The Bridges of Madison County. She ended up doing the Music of the Heart or whatever towards the later end of the 90s. But in the 90s, she's not as frequently in Oscar-nominated roles. Her career takes a little bit of a depth. She starts to do these types of movies like She-Devil with Roseanne Barr. She does, Death Becomes Her, which is a comedy, which I think she's hilarious in. She begins to take on some roles that are not necessarily the spicy Oscar meaty roles. The Wild River, I thought she should have got an Oscar nomination for, but she didn't. Her career has this interesting period. And then something happens in the early 2000s. She does a film called Adaptation. She does Adaptation, and people are reminded of the cinematic genius of Meryl Streep. And then she gets a Golden Globe. She gets another Oscar nomination. Then she does Angels in America with Mike Nichols, that incredible HBO multi-part production. She gets an Emmy and a Golden Globe. And then the movie comes out in 2006 called The Devil Wears Prada, and Meryl Streep has a rebirth. And after that, she gets more and more Oscar nominations, and then she gets a third Oscar after many years of it. But she navigates through these ups and downs of her career. And so then she becomes the queen of the 2000s. She begins the 2000s to the mid-2010s. Meryl Streep gets all these Oscar nominations, and we're reminded why she's the GOAT. So her career has had these interesting valleys and peaks, right? But she's always had a bag because she's mixed it up. She will give you musicals. She will give you comedies. She will give you dramas. She will give you biopics. But what I've noticed about her career is that the baby had the range. That's her longevity. That's how she's been able to navigate through it. And so when I look at my career for the past, it will be 15 years of doing some form of journalism and media work, okay? Over 10 years professionally, but I've been in the industry for 15 years. Ernestly Speaking was born in October of 2010. It was a student radio show. 15 years later, we have Ernestly Speaking. It's a podcast. Throughout my career, there's been what I call a range. I have done on-the-ground reporting for local paper. I've done magazine writing. I've done long-form writing. I've done deep political investigative work. I've done food writing. I've done short opinion writing. I've done TV appearances. I've done social media reporting. I've done Hollywood red carpet work. I've done it all. except sports, because that's just sports to me. I'm not even gonna play myself. But I've had a range. And I think the problem that I see in the industry, especially when it comes to this journalism, is that your faves don't have the range. And so then when the layoffs happen, when there's a change in the industry, when there's a pivot, when there's a disagreement, they're not used to navigating it. It's funny because there was an article that came out in the New York Times about how a lot of these traditional legacy media people, the Joy Reids and the Jim Acostas and the Don Lemons, that they're now embracing new media and their new ways to reach out to their following, to engage people. And they were talking about how they're doing it in the comfort of their own home. That sounds very familiar. I don't know. Wasn't I not doing Facebook Live news reporting and information sharing with the followers, 5 or 8 years ago in my robe, drinking a martini and sharing the information and news that was happening locally with people? And then we turned that into a podcast. Oh, when podcasting, people were questioning the powerfulness of podcasting. We turned that into a podcast. We grew that there, and then we engaged our followers on social media with the news we were doing, and we were driving traffic to articles through the embrace of social media on the ground. Oh, that sounds so, I don't know, 2008, 2007, 2006. We've been doing it for, I don't know, 9 years over here, Ernestly. This Ernestly Speaking universe, I've been doing this my entire career. But back then, I don't know, the Joy Reids, the Don Lemons, they were frowning on me. They were judging people like me. They were acting like the journalism that we were doing, how I was doing it in this new age. See, I was the new school. They was that old school. You know what I'm saying? They were criticizing that, saying, oh, people won't be able to tell the difference between a journalist and an internet personality. They were shitting on me. They were not calling me a journalist. They were calling me an internet personality. They were calling me a blogger. They were calling me everything but the fuck I was, which was a journalist. Okay? And they were elitist because they were in those ivory towers of corporate mainstream media. They were in those spaces and they had TV prompters and things, and they thought that they were doing it more effectively and better than me because they had those type of roles. Okay? And look, I never played the whole position. Never have, never will. I'm not saying they played the whole position to get their jobs. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's a different way to do it. And they didn't want to appreciate that way. Now, here they are. Because see, Soleil O'Brien, who I love, Soleil O'Brien was doing it. Okay, when she left CNN over a decade ago, Soleil O'Brien was embracing the new technology. Matter of fact, girl, we see you. She was doing that work when a lot of them were looking at her and judging her. Soleil O'Brien has continued to do documentary projects. She gets Peabody Awards. She's getting Emmys. She's doing the work. She's doing the necessary journalism. And all of her colleagues that over there at CNN was judging her, looking down at her, acting like she knows what she was doing. She took her money and she invested in her own media company. She was doing the work on the ground. Okay? I learned from some of these goats. Soleil O'Brien, Maury, Oprah, Byron Allen, Ariana Huffington. The list goes on. The legendary folks in media had told me where to go and what to do. Some of you all out here have not had that. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Go play with something safe. Don't play with me. And I tell people that when you look at people who've tried to tell folks what to do in their careers, I look at Beyonce, right? Beyonce, you need to make the songs faster. You need to do more, you need to do more faster songs. Nobody wants to hear those R&B songs like that. They want songs that are faster. You need to have more producing. You got to have more this, more that. Beyonce said, no, I cannot. My art and my talent will not allow me to make fast food. Sometimes you got to make people adapt to the ways in which your talent proceeds. Now, you got to have a built-in audience, though, to do that. So, let's be clear. People have tried to give me bad career advice my entire career. They said, oh, Ernest, you need to do reels more. You need to do like those reels that they do it on TikTok. I don't have a TikTok account anymore. They said, oh, you need to be on TikTok. You'd be great on TikTok. I don't want to do TikTok. TikTok is fleeting. It's fleeting. Okay? I'm not trying to chase an algorithm. I make an algorithm chase me. Those are rigged systems. You got to spend money to make money on there. And I'm not saying that you don't spend money to make money on other stuff, but I would rather invest in my wardrobe. I would rather invest in an agent. I would rather invest in the mechanisms and technologies that advance my actual career than invest and get rich tricks things. The reason why I don't fuck with algorithms, places like they say, oh, do reels on Instagram. I ain't doing all that. Because here's the thing that I will tell you. It's all rooted in capitalism, which we already know this already. But you have to spend money. But they're not telling some of these people that y'all follow on these social media pages, they are spending money to boost their pages. Y'all, if I really want to be a TikTok success with the money I have, all I would have to do is create my content, right? Be funny, be cute, go viral, whatever, right? But then I will have to spend money to boost the views so I can get more views. Well, what's the point if I got to spend my own money I'm making to boost the visibility of the posts? That don't sound like a sustainable model to me. Because then what that means is that you got to keep making money, but you got to spend money to promote. So that's basically marketing. You're marketing your content. Your content is not actually going viral naturally because you got to spend money to boost the visibility so people can see it. I see a lot of these PR folks. I see a lot of these wannabe influencers. They are literally spending their own money to boost their pages to go viral. There's no such thing as going viral on the internet now that you have to pay to go viral. That's not viral. Viral means that you actually create content that folks really like enough to spread it on its own. When I go viral, y'all, I'm not spending no money on no fucking boosts. I'm not spending no money. Y'all say, oh, why this don't get a lot of likes or this don't be getting likes like other people? Because I'm not spending any money. That's rigged. And here's the thing. You can spend money, right? And boost these posts, right? But guess what? The likes you got don't translate to actual people spending money. Let me give you an example. My girl Ask Alish, these restaurants that I do work, I support, I amplify, they say the Ernest effect. That's a real term that people use around Philly. They literally call it the Ernest effect. They say, look, if Ernest goes somewhere and talks about my place, I can quantify the impact. You know why? Because my followers do word of mouth. They'll say to people, I came here because I saw it on Ernest's Instagram page. I came because Ernest talked about you on my podcast. People will call and say that they've done it because they saw it on my page. I did the other day. Somebody shouted me out. They said, look, they saw me eating these Groons, these gummies, and I love them to death. They're so good. Someone literally tagged me, the Groons, and said, the Groons, I literally got this because I saw it on Ernest's page. Grooms hit me up on the low, said, yo, what's up? I said, here's my invoice. What I'm trying to tell you all is that there is real influence in the world happening, but it's based on credibility. You can't have the credibility if you have not done the work. There's people that literally follow what I talk about because I have the credibility, the education. Because that's the problem. You can't be a personality doing this work and really expect to go through it if you're not really going to put the time. Either you're going to spend it or you're going to spend it with time or you're going to spend it with money. I spent it with time. I learned the industry. I studied. I read. I networked. I invested my time. If you don't want to invest money, right, into spending too much money and shit, then invest it with the time. Put the time in the work to educate and study. Or you're going to have to spend money. And I don't want to waste any money. I'm not spending any money to boost any of my Instagram posts. I'm not spending any money to be a TikTok star. You think these people on TikTok are just TikTok stars? No, child. They spend money to boost their posts. They make some money, but they put money into it. I know several mainstream TikTok personalities. And I'm not talking about in Philly. I'm talking about people who are in various industries across the country. The real ones, okay? The real TikTok models, okay? People that I met in Hollywood. Let me tell you something. They told me, listen, they wish they had it like I did. I said, what you mean? They said that they wish that they had an organic following. Their following is not really organic, a lot of them. They just really boost their posts. They don't really know where their followers are. See, when I go on my timeline and I talk about racial justice, white privilege, I don't lose followers. If they get on their timeline and they talk about something against Trump or talk about something that is quote unquote woke, they could lose their followers. You know, let me tell y'all something about embracing new media, about being in it. So I'll get to this part about strategically fortunate. People will say, oh, Ernest, you're lucky. No, I'm not. I'm strategically fortunate. To be strategically fortunate means to be in a world where you operate with strategy and you put yourself in a situation where you're consistently always having opportunities. It's to operate in a way that's strategic. You think about, you're intentional, okay? You're thinking about who you're collaborating with. What are you working on? Why are you working on it? And you're doing work that's intentional. And you're also being thoughtful and considerate about who you're working with and what that means for your career. So that's what it means to be strategic. And to be fortunate is that there is a reciprocity and a return on investment that comes from that. That if you're consistently operating in a space of intentionality, you know why you're doing what you're doing, you understand it, you know how to really be mindful about what you're pushing and what you're trying to promote and what you're doing in your work, that people see it, and you've built a network that will always provide you opportunities. I am never without ideas. I am never without opportunity. But in order to be in a space where there's always opportunities being presented to you, you have to invest in putting yourself in spaces and places that are being sincere to what your actual fucking wants are. And I think the problem that I see is that there's a lot of people looking for instant gratification and fleeting success. Now, let me be very clear here. Success can happen whether it's fleeting or whether it is strategic. And what I'm noticing with people is they're chasing a trend. Fleeting success is trending. You're chasing fucking trends. Every time something's trendy, you jump on it or whatever. A TikTok video, everybody's using that song. So let me use that fucking song. Okay, so you use that song and you go quote unquote viral for 5 fucking days or something like that. Is that strategic? No, it's just a trend. You're jumping on a trend. It's not sustainable because guess what? You'll be hot with it today and then they'll move on tomorrow. I have been focused on being a trailblazer. I do not fucking jump on trends. Do I appreciate and find trends fun sometimes? Yeah, that's cute. But do I base my career on trends? Absolutely the fuck not. So that is why you don't ever see me do any of these little trends on the internet, these TikTok trends and things, because I'm not about to do that. That's not what I do. I am focused on sustainable, long-lasting impact. So when y'all tell me, oh, it's a trend of people doing those videos, why don't you do it? I don't jump on them. I make a mockery of them. Because to be honest, they're fleeting. Don't ask a trailblazer to jump on a trend. Don't tell me what everybody's doing. If everybody's doing it, I'm not doing it. Unless it's about getting a vaccination and being healthy or something like that. But I'm not doing these get-rich-quick schemes. You got the wrong bitch for that. I'm not that girl. I do not do that. I do not operate like that. I am not the person that's going to see this and jump on the trend. I like things that are sustainable. I like things that are moment. Now, if you're talking about trends that are like fun little things to just eat or do, fine, whatever. That's consumer trends. But I'm talking about career trends, right? I don't pivot my entire career based on a trend. I study it. I understand it, and I do what makes sense to me. And if it makes sense to you, do it. TikTok never made sense to me. I did it for a period of time to promote my book. It was okay. It was all right. But at the end of the day, to be on TikTok and do it all the time, for what? Is that where my audience is at? Some of them are. Is that the type of content that makes sense for the type of medium that I operate under? No. I find TikTok annoying for journalists to use it. I find it stupid. I think sometimes when you explain something so rapidly fast, people are not going to consume it. People talking about some folks got short attention spans. People be on this podcast. You can make people go back and appreciate. There was a time where folks said, oh, people got short attention spans. They won't listen to a radio show episode. People, what are you talking about? Long podcasts are in trend now. Ain't that funny? Remember when y'all was like, oh, it got to be 30 minutes. It got to be this. It got to be that. Bullshit. Y'all are thousands of people, hundreds of people are listening to episodes of Ernestly Speaking. Listen, they take pauses, they take breaks, but they listen to it. I won that war. Long podcasts are in. But guess what? Whether they're in or out, my audience and my baseline loves it and they follow it and it works. Do what works for you. People said, oh, have you thought about filming your podcast? Like, the way that other folks do. Listen, it's just me doing the podcast. Y'all don't got to see me rant for 3 hours. Some folks, they got celebrities, so people want to watch them argue or have a discussion. If I had multiple co-hosts on my podcast, I would probably film it. I know there are some people that film themselves doing a podcast by themselves in the comfort of their homes. Well, listen, if the podcast was an hour and 30 minutes, I might do that. But because it's 3 hours long, I don't necessarily know if y'all want to see me. And sometimes I film these podcasts in the comfort of nudity. Sometimes I film them while I am doing other things. Listen, it is what it is, but you're not going to see me on camera do it. I'm not. And guess what? Y'all haven't stopped listening to the podcast because of that. Because at the end of the day, I know what's comfortable for me, but I also know that my audience will follow what I do if it makes sense. It's got to make sense, and it's got to make sense. And I think too many people are just jumping on trends, trying to go fucking viral. And it's like, that's not how it works. Real virality, you're talking to somebody who's going viral for over a decade. Let me teach y'all about how to go viral. Virality is not based on trying to actually go viral. You just do what you do fucking well, and it just naturally takes off. I get annoyed when people tell me I'm trying to go viral. If you actually understand what viral means, viral is a circumstance that just happens. It is something that happens. It is a combination of cultural zeitgeist, the right time, the right place, the right moment. You can put yourself in an environment where you could potentially go viral. That's what it means to be strategically fortunate. Strategically fortunate is really what that means. I have wrote about things, I've talked about things that I've recognized are important and necessary. It's authentic to what I care about. But the timing to which I've said it and done it in an interesting way hits at a certain nerve that then becomes quote unquote viral or successful. The reason why is because I'm reading the room. Too many of you all are not reading the room for the right reasons. You're reading the room, but you're not getting the right lessons out of it. You're going in and you're saying, a lot of people are on TikTok, which means I should be on TikTok. Maybe that's not the right lesson learned. Maybe the answer is everybody's on TikTok, so then maybe I need to reevaluate what other ways I can grow my business outside of something that everybody's doing that might eventually implode. When I saw the TikTok boom, I said TikTok is to be successful on TikTok is to be dumb. Ooh. Let me clarify what I mean by that, because I'm not saying that everybody is on TikTok is dumb. What I want to be clear about is that TikTok works when you take out context, when you reduce explaining, when you do things that are instant joke. I am just not that type of dude. I am not going to serve fast food. You need to read over here. You need to listen critically and think critically over here. You need to process over here. That's just what I do. Some people have found a way to make it work for them. For me, that's just not how I get down. Okay? And the only mechanism that allows me to do it with some level of brevity is Instagram story. So that's why you see me do the long Instagram stories. And guess what you do? You go through it like it's a book. You turn them pages like it's a goddamn book. But there's got to be, for me, a level of clarity, a level of understanding. And I think that's how misinformation spreads on TikTok. Because everything is too fast. We got to slow this shit down. What is the rush? You don't got to be a dog or a mutt, okay? Take your time. Everybody wants to speed things up, and I don't even think we need to speed things up. Because you're not learning these things any better by stuff being sped up. We might need to slow some things down. I'm not crazy about the 2-minute songs. I need a little bit more lyrics. Why are you giving me, like, we used to earn, in music, songs used to be 3 to 4 minutes long. 3 to 4 minutes long. And you know why those songs were good, them 4-minute songs, them 3-minute songs, 3.5-minute songs? That's crazy that songs are short now. You know why we used to love those songs, know the lyrics? Because there was storytelling in songs. Because you had to understand what built the bridge. There was a buildup. You used to sing a song, and by the time you got to the "You're here, there's not." Listen, by the time Celine Dion hit that moment and hit that note, and she got to that point, you done already understood the emotional buildup to appreciate that. You can't even appreciate these songs anymore because they're so fast. You can't even build up because they're so fast. And why are they so fast? Because of capitalism. Because people want to make them trend and want to make them on TikTok and want to make them go viral. Like, that's corny. Manufactured virality on social media is so fucking corny. The rage baiting, the stupid captions, like that's corny. Like the internet has killed what it means to go viral. Some things are naturally going viral, but not as often anymore because everybody's faking it. Everybody's like doing like attention seeking. The attention economy that we're in now is probably one of the most annoying errors of our current time because I'm just sitting here like all of this time, these resources, everybody's just thirsting to go viral. Rage baiting is at an all-time high. Like people are like rage bait. Like people like literally say stupid things on the internet so that you could get a bad reaction. And everybody shares it and goes, look how stupid that person is. Look how bad that person's point is. It's like that's what they want you to do, y'all. Like one of my friends, she literally falls for the trap. I love her to death. But literally she's gotten better with it. But, Dr. Parks, girl, you already know. But she used to, when she was really on Twitter, she would see certain videos and see people say stuff on the internet, and she used to always feel like she got to respond. And I was like, sweetheart, they are purposely doing that. They do not believe what they're saying, child. They're telling you that because they want you to engage. They want you to share it. They want you to make them go viral. I know the traps. I've seen them. And let me say, you're talking to somebody who's going viral for smart shit, okay? I've gone viral for being intelligent, to being thoughtful, to being intellectual. There's ways we can still do that. But the whole rage baiting, engagement farming that we're seeing on the internet, like there's just these stupid ways to gauge. Here's some of the top 5 ways that people fake going viral. Here's how it is. The number 1, anything around battle of the sexes. Oh, they love a battle of a sexes moment, okay? We love a battle of a sexes. Oh, men do this and women do this. And, I'm not paying for the first date. Oh, everybody loves a battle of the sexes rage bait, okay? Some ignorant person talking about women, what women should do and women shouldn't do. Or somebody talking about men don't do enough of that. Everyone loves those kind of stupid viral videos. Oh, yes. Second one, number 2. Homophobia, transphobia, and bigotry. Oh, there are people that purposely love to have an unpopular opinion about trans people or about queer people in some type of way that wants to rage and piss people off to go viral. Okay? We see it all the time. Third, some badass health advice. Oh, folks love to give people bad advice about health. Oh, we love the health wars. Oh, go to bed at night by crunching on a damn ice cube, and that will make your breath stop stinking. Oh, people love ignorance on the internet around health and wellness. Oh, you don't need a therapist. You just need to have sex. Scratching my head. Yes, dumb shit like that, right? Chocolate is better than dick. Listen, I don't know. But listen, I disagree. But hey, some people might agree. I don't know. Maybe not having good. But listen, all those bad health goes viral. The third is what I call the pseudo-intellectual racial conversations, which also combines what I call racial baiting. So either A, it's a conversation about race that is lopsided, don't make any sense, but it's a dumb way to get people to argue and debate, right? So some of these are when we see Black men argue that white women, that there is something that Black women could learn a thing or two from white women about sex. Dumb, racist, stereotypical stereotypes. Also, in this category is also the extreme conversations around what I would call hotepism, right? Where there's conspiracy-driven rhetoric that will fuel unnecessary homophobia, anti-Semitism, and other shit like that. That also falls into that trap. Also, what also falls into the racial trapping is when people like to go places and film racist events or film people experiencing racial trauma to be able to get concerned. Okay, why are we filming a person being attacked by a bigot? Why are we not, I'm not encouraging violence, but why are we not, showing other types of ways to handle the issue that does not require us pulling out a phone? And then lastly, the class wars. Oh, this goes into its own category of virality. People love to go viral for what I call class wars. So what I mean by this is people that compare the money they make to other people, to say, oh, you're not living your best life until you go on a cruise and da. Cruises or boat parties, yachts or small boats. Oh, Here's how to be a baller, or bad tips on generational wealth, or telling people bad financial advice like Forex trading and how to get rich in 30 days. Yes, the scammery of it all. Financial scammery is viral on social media. So those are the top 5 corny, cheesy ways that people try to go viral in those type of ways, okay? Those are the corny, get viral quick schemes that we see on the internet. And a lot of the content you all are sharing and arguing with is basically bots. You're arguing with bots. You're arguing with people that are purposely trying to be a provocateur for the sake of being provocateur. Stop it. So what can you do? You can be, like I said, you can be strategically fortunate. You can think about why you're making the moves you're making in your career. You could be intentional about the people you collaborate with, who you work with, who you seek advice from, who you decide to give you counsel. Because a lot of you are getting counsel and getting advice and consultation from people who've never walked in your shoes, never been in the respective fields into which they're giving you advice on, who's not advising you properly. But I promise you that if you operate in strategic space, when you really take some time to sit with yourself and think about why do you do what you do and why does it matter, without comparing yourself to other people, without judging yourself too harshly, without shaming you on your progress and journey. But if you sit the fuck down and focus and unpack why do you do what you do and why you're doing it and what you need and what is it going to take, and you really get familiar with yourself rather than just chasing every fast moving car and going after every single thing and being an ambulance chaser, jumping on every single issue and crisis and problem known to man. If you actually slow it down and really begin to deep dive into why you are doing what you're doing and how did you arrive at those places in your life, you'll find that you'll get to a place where opportunities are more abundant, and while other people are thinking of you because you know who to talk to. See, there's a reason why I think when I look back at my life, it's not luck. And I'm not going to let anybody keep telling me I'm lucky, because I'm not. I'm strategically fortunate because I have made decisions throughout my career that has put me in a position where opportunities have always been abundant, no matter the economy, no matter who was in office, no matter the era. I have throughout my career, no matter whether it was a Democrat or a Republican in office, whether there was layoffs or not, there has been certain things I've done in my career that has allowed me to be able to continue to flourish. And I believe that's possible for a lot of people if they really take some time with themselves and be real, okay? Here's some fun facts for folks who want to know. I have never in my career worked full-time for one media company. I've always had contracts and relationships with various media companies simultaneously. I've never worked full-time solely for one media company. Let me just let that be known there. I have never, since I graduated from college, since 2014, I have always, for the past 11 years since I graduated from college, have always had a paid media gig. There was never a time in my career where I've not gotten paid to produce or create media. I've always had a paid media gig throughout my entire career, okay? Never not been without, okay? Third interesting fact, since 2016, for the past 9 years, I have not had to show my resume outside of teaching and being a professor, because let me be clear, when you're a professor, you got to have a resume. You got to do that. You have to have a CV. But outside of teaching, I have not had to show my resume for any writing gig, any media gig I've had for the past 9 years. So you're saying, well, how did you get those opportunities? Word of mouth, visibility, people thinking of me, people referring me, people calling me for an assignment, people asking me to be on a part of a gig. You heard that correctly. I did not have to show a resume to get a job, to get the job at Eater. You know what was my resume? Fun fact, my Instagram page, where they saw all the restaurants and food I had reviewed and did as captions for over the years. It was my respected career in journalism. It was people seeing and hearing about my work, the work of mouth, the referrals of my work. People seeing me be published in similar publications that did similar work that got me the jobs I've gotten. I did not have to show a resume. So when I tell you what it means to be strategically fortunate, and you're asking me, what are the results? How do I know it works? That's how I know it works. Because doing it this way has given me these results. Take some time to really look at your network. Take some time to really look at what you can bring to the table. Be original, be thoughtful, be intentional. Look at the people you are in your orbit. Who can help you? Who can help advocate for you? What do you bring to the table to help them? What do you offer to the table to support other people? Because it can't just be a one-way trip. Are you going to the right places to network? Because that's another issue. A lot of y'all going to networking places, and that's not the right network for you. That's not the right space to network in. You're not in the right places because the type of work that you're interested in, you're meeting some people, but might not be meeting the right people that can help you further advance your career. And to be clear, general networking spaces are good too. Listen, I got a lot of friends that are lawyers. I got a lot of friends that are doctors and got doctorates in psychology. I got a lot of friends who are educators. I got a lot of friends and people in my network that are journalism media titans. I got a lot of people that work well in nonprofit space. I know a lot of people who know a lot about criminal justice and how to make a difference. I know a lot of people in politics. All of those industries are very helpful for me being successful in what I do. It's time to branch out. It's time to invest the time and not just the money. So, soapbox over, but that's just what I wanted to say for this week's Ask Ernest. Think about being strategically fortunate. I digress. So, this week in movies, I haven't seen, I saw G20, which comes out later. It's a very fun film. It's very good. I really, really enjoyed it. Just want to put that down there. Viola Davis is fun. I love that she's leaning into all of the memes and jokes around her performances over the years. She is an icon, y'all. Like, she is a legend. She is just, I just love that she's having fun. I love that she is just enjoying all the phases of her career. Like, she's just having fun. And she's just the Black actress we've wanted for a while. I'm here for her. So I want to put that out there. G20 is really good. Can't wait for it to come out. Y'all should check it out. But there's another movie that is coming out very soon in theaters called Sinners. I've seen it. It has not come out yet. It has Michael B. Jordan in the film. This is a film. Okay, so I came in a little skeptical because, Michael B. Jordan is not like that good of an actor. But I have to say, I have to admit, I have to confess, Michael B. Jordan is phenomenal in this film. Sinners is scary. It is very psychological. It is a very interesting film. But it's good. It's a good scare. It's a thriller. It's a very great film. Ryan Coogler, that's his boo. His director boo, not like romantically boo. But what do we talk about? That is his, they have a good relationship on a Leonardo DiCaprio, Martin Scorsese tip, okay? Martin Scorsese, if y'all know, Martin Scorsese directed a lot of films that Leonardo DiCaprio was in, okay? That he is his muse. And I think that Michael B. Jordan is Ryan Coogler's muse. If you look at a lot of films Ryan Coogler has directed, Michael B. Jordan has been in them, okay? Like, you think about the Black Panther films, Creed, Fruitvale Station, I believe. Yeah, Fruitvale Station. I think that's one film. That was in 2013. Ryan Coogler directed it. It was actually his directorial debut, actually. Ryan Coogler directed Fruitvale Station. That film came out in 2013. So they've been close for a decade. They've been, Michael B. Jordan has been doing this acting thing for over a decade now. So, Ryan Coogler, he's had some, he's put a lot of films out with Michael B. Jordan. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, Fruitvale, the Creed films. I can't think of too many films that he's directed that did not have Michael B. Jordan in it. So, I just, it's something to think about. But yeah, his films are really good. I think about some of the films he's done, and he's done some blockbuster films. He's done some serious work. He produced Judas and the Black Messiah. Shaka King directed that film, but he was a producer on the film Judas and the Black Messiah. So, interesting. But Sinners, the latest film by Ryan Coogler, very great film. And Michael B. Jordan is great in it. He plays two different characters, and it is a major masterpiece. It is another masterpiece from Ryan Coogler. Michael B. Jordan is phenomenal in it. He is just really good. He plays two different characters. He shows a range that I was not expecting from him in this, but he's good. I enjoy it. It is different. So, he can act. He can act. I mean, this is probably his best role since Hardball. Okay, let me stop. But, see, y'all saying, what about, okay, he was good in the first Black Panther. It was good. I mean, he was a little typecasted. For a period of time, I feel like Michael B. Jordan plays the same character. And that thing he does with his lips, where he makes that, like, full lip, like, thing he does with his face. It's kind of like Viola Davis has her, not Viola Davis, she kind of has her own facial expressions. But I think about Kerry Washington when she does the thing where her mouth, she's like wholeheartedly crying or not crying with the half mouth open. Certain actors have certain signature traits that they do that is hard to do. Like even Will, like I love, like for example, Denzel Washington, when he does the pout, the pout mouth look, where he's like thinking about something, he does a little pout mouth when he's speaking. Oh, he does a good mean pout. He does a good mean pout. But Michael B. Jordan is good in this film. I was impressed. I was surprised by the range. Keep going, because I guess he's trying to keep going because he's got to fill that gap by a guy named Jonathan Majors. And let me tell you about Jonathan Majors, okay? I'm not here for this comeback tour. Save it, save it, save it. They say re-canceling Michael B. Jordan. Not me, Michael B. Jordan, Jonathan Majors. Let me tell you something. I thought, for 5 seconds, I had the thought that maybe Jonathan Majors might be making a meaningful comeback. But y'all, this ain't no comeback. This is him on an apology tour where he wants everybody to apologize to him and not the other way around. There's been several interviews that I have unfortunately watched where they're talking to him and they're asking him about what is the work he's doing himself. And he's constantly being like, God's got me. He's being spiritual. Okay, that's cute and all, but what real work is he doing? Where is the real admission, right? Where is the real tangible change, right? This man admitted to strangling a woman. And I don't care if the woman was white. At the end of the day, that type of abusiveness is not okay. And now he's running up on every single successful Black woman he can in media to give him this tour, all these Black media tours. I'm not fooled, okay? He did, Sherry Shepherd. He, did, Ivana Fix-A-Life. She came up and laid hands on him and all that. He's been making his media runs. And now, Megan Good, he's with her, a.k.a. Coretta Scott. Miss Coretta Scott King, he calls her his Coretta. But now he's doing it, but now it's become Keke Palmer. He's scheduled to be on this podcast episode with Keke Palmer. And everybody wants to make excuses about it and say, well, she's interviewing him. She's not picking a side child. Let me tell you something. I just hate that, first of all, Keke Palmer is not a journalist. And for good reason, okay? So this whole, she's like, I don't understand why everybody wants to do a journalist job nowadays. I don't get it. Celebrities and movie stars, oh my God, it's annoying me. Like everybody, even elected officials, like everybody wants to do the job of a journalist without the real journalism chops. Like Shannon Sharp, all them. See, it's one thing if you just want to have a podcast and you just want to talk, or you just want to have soft interviews where you just want to talk. But like people looking at these interviews like they're journalistic interviews is already wrong. She's not a journalist. Okay. And the reality is there's no shade to Keke Palmer. She's a talented woman. I will never take that from her. I love Keke. But let's be fucking for real. She's not a journalist. The type of question she's going to ask him and talk to him about is not that. So then what is happening here? We're seeing a platforming of a celebrity. And now I see it where celebrities are going on these types of platforms to avoid talking to actual journalists that would ask them questions that the people actually want to know and figure out what's really going on. It's almost like sports journalism and Hollywood journalism is dead because now people are just going on their friends' podcast. And that's right, friends, okay? They're going on celebrities they're friends with to have these conversations because they know they're going to get softball questions and shit. It's just, it's annoying because then people are going to ask questions like, oh, well, she didn't ask him this question. Why she didn't ask that? Because she's a celebrity. And celebrities are never going to ask their friends the real hot seat questions. And so to some extent, the reason why I'm upset and I'm disappointed that Keke is doing this is because she doesn't have to do it. Nobody's asking Keke Palmer to interview Jonathan Majors. I know I didn't. I'm a fan. I didn't. No one's asking for this. So then why is she doing it? Because sadly, all of our faves will disappoint us at some point in time. Because she wants the attention. Because she knows Jonathan Majors is hot right now. And it will be an opportunity for her to look like she's doing some healing. But nobody's asking to do the healing work on Jonathan Majors. And I'm so sad. This is the frustrating thing. I love black women. I love black women so much that I hate to see black women be a cog in someone's peg. I'm tired of seeing black women fall for the trap of thinking that they can heal and they can change a person or give a person redemption. Let me be very clear with you. If the tables was turned on Keke Palmer, these men would never give her the same. How do I know? Ask Trey Songz. Ask the way that the media, specifically black media, did Keke Palmer when she addressed Trey Songz. These men will continue to give other men that do the same black women who would give them grace chances, they will give those men redemption. Look at how they handle Chris Brown. Look at the way that we see a lot of these men who have done harm to black women in our communities. Look how they continue to get second chances and grace. Even black men like Jonathan Majors, right? These men never uplifted those black women before or prior to their upbringing and their problems. But yet we always feel, specifically black women feel like they need to be the one to spare and save these men. All the shit that happened to Meg Thee Stallion. And yet people are so invested in trying to give redemption to Tory Lanez. Some of the same men that are begging for the redemption for themselves, but will never give it to black women. I mean, look at Chris Brown. Look how he's consistently in bed with Tory Lanez. Look at Drake. Look at these pathetic ass men. How I continue to platform these men and give these men second chances. The trash is always taking care of the trash. But black women feel like they got to enter the conversation to be a part of that. These men are going to get redemption whether or not black women play a role in it. And so don't feel the obligation, whatever this motherly instinct, whatever this instinct to have to do this work for those men. Don't do it for them. Because the men will come out strong and protect them and take care of them. Why are you doing it for women? Don't be a pick-me in a situation like this. And so it's disappointing because Jonathan Majors have not done none of this work for black women prior to his downfall. Okay? He did not. And now all of a sudden, oh, community this, community that. Man, fuck him. Seriously, fuck him. And I'm going to leave it at that. Now, there's been talk about last Friday. Ice Cube, yes, Ice Cube, who had all of those, Ice Cube has not aged well in so many different ways. I've been a little disappointed in him since the pandemic. He's been doing a lot of weird things. And now he's decided that he wants to get back on board with films and he wants to do a Last Friday. I don't know. I just feel like we've had enough Fridays. We have the classic Friday. We've had Next Friday, which, Next Friday was pretty good as a sequel. It was a fairly decent sequel. I know people wanted Chris Tucker, but you know what? I didn't mind Mike Epps. That was a pretty iconic. Next Friday had its own purpose. Then there was Friday After Next, which I did not mind either. I found it to be entertaining. But I don't really know if a Last Friday needs to happen. I don't know. I don't know if we need that. Friday After Next was already a stretch. Friday After Next came out in 2002. That film is over 20 years old. Can you believe that? And that kind of, Cat Williams was the comedic of his time, And then y'all remember Next Friday came out in 2000. And then you remember the original Friday, the original Friday as a film came out in 1975, 30 years old. And then Next Friday is celebrating its 25th anniversary. And Friday, the film, is celebrating its 30th anniversary. And then even Friday After Next is over 20 years old. All of the Friday sequels are over 20 years old. One is now 30 years old. So, I don't know if we need a final Friday. I don't know. 20 years later, I don't really know if we do. I mean, it's interesting that black don't crack in certain ways. Like, some of these people are still alive to do certain films. But I don't necessarily know if we need a Terry Crews to be back playing that problematic. I mean, the jokes that worked in the Friday sequels would not age well in this current era. So, I don't know. Just put in some food for thoughts, with some of the things, how movies age through time. It's just, just some food for thought. Even some of the comedians like Mike Epps, don't know if they aged as well through time. But we'll see. Moving along, there's been a lot of talk about music. Billboard is slapping down a lot of the fraudulent behavior that's been happening. I don't know if y'all been keeping up, but there's been a lot of chatter about the Billboard charts, and there's been a while. Is the Billboard charts obsolete? Are they relevant? What can we expect in this new day and age? Kendrick Lamar is just like the hottest artist right now. He has had a song on the Billboard Hot 100 all of 2025. All of the songs that's number one on Billboard has been from him. I mean, he has been killing it. Look, he's doing his big one. He's doing it. You know what I mean? Like, number one song. I mean, that Luther song with him and SZA is just still topping the charts. He's the hottest artist right now. But one of the Billboard changes is that, last year we talked about like Taylor Swift's album having all those variants and how the album started charting. Billboard now has a new rule that an artist can only release up to 4 variants of an album for it to count. And all of the variants must be over $8. So remember how with Taylor Swift, she was dropping all these special different types of versions of the album, and she would charge like 99 cents for them and all of that. She would charge like 99 cents for it or whatever. Just really, really cheap or whatever. Yeah, that's not, that's not it. They don't care. People don't care. That 99-cent variance is what allowed her, she made 5,000 different versions of it, right? And she was charging for really cheap. And so when people will buy it, along with her general sales, that will uptick her sales. Now, Billboard is saying there can only be 4 variations. They will only count and consider, and each of those variations have to be over $8. So fans who are super fans that might be purchasing these cheaper variants, they are going to up the cost to crack down on potential streaming regulations and inflation. So the likelihood of what we saw and we witnessed by Taylor Swift, when she did the Tortured, Poets Apartment, which won 0 Grammys, after having, I believe, 7 nominations. Good. And Beyonce beat her. Beyonce beat her. Beyonce beat all the girls, okay? Because people thought that if anytime Beyonce's in the category of Taylor Swift, she won't win Album of the Year. Well, that was not the case, okay? Look who was in there. Billie Eilish. Not the case. Our girl was able to win with Billie Eilish and Taylor Swift in the category, okay? Just saying, okay? Chaperone too, baby. All the girls was in that category. And our fave still won album of the year with a country album. I'm just saying. But long story short, there will be a different type of gains that will have to be made. So they're cracking down, and I think that's a good thing. Speaking of things that's a good thing, or let's say in this case, not a good thing, who knows? Ciara has Ecstasy, a new song she has. The video is very racy. It reminds me of her Ride era, her Promise era, when she did those very avant-garde videos where, it was very low, minimal budget, but the focus was good cinematography, and her choreography was the art. Okay, so let me think, because I struggle with Ciara. Y'all know Ciara has been a reoccurring figure on this podcast. But, okay, so let me start off with the good before I get to the bad. So, the song is cute. The video is cute. The choreography is cute. It's not a bad song. So let me just say that. Now, let me get into the meat of it all. Who's asking for this? I just don't see. Ciara pops out the sky with new music every year. She just, this is how we do. The song she did with Chris Brown, which was just cringy. I don't know who's asking for this. I feel like every year she always wants to put out some music and it all sounds the same. Or it's always the same type of aesthetic. And I just don't know. I mean, this is what rich people do when they're bored. I just think that, she's with Russell Wilson. He's a good man, a good husband. We love a good stepfather, okay? And they also have babies. And when she's not having babies, she's not being a good mother, because she is a good mom, okay? When she's not, trying to go to passion and be a fashion girl, but she's a really good fashion woman. She's a good model. She's very beautiful. But she just always, for whatever reason, will have this boredom where she just says, I just want to make a music video and I just want to make a song that sounds like a variation of a song I've done 15, 20 years ago. Ciara has been in the game for 20 years, y'all. Okay? Longevity, I'll give her that. Music longevity, not so much. But as far as a public figure, Ciara has kept herself in the public eye. And she's always been beautiful. And she's always been talented. I can't take that from her. But we don't want it, baby. We don't want this music. I don't know. Is this about to be a new album? Please don't. No, don't. I mean, look, when it came to her and Rihanna, okay, when Rihanna dropped the ultimate war on music between them, good luck booking that stage. I'm at a point where, look, just drop a couple of singles. We're okay with that. I don't know. Maybe that's what she's doing. She just drops a single just for fun. She's probably got like a little studio in her house, in her mansion. And she just goes, you know what? I feel like I just want to make a song in the studio. I'm bored. I just want to put a song out so people can talk about it. I don't know. I am talking about it. So I guess the point has been made. The famous Ciara. And for those who are old enough to remember where that reference come from, wasn't that funny? A lot of folks will not get that joke. But my millennials who remember the famous Ciara, if you know what I'm referencing at, okay? Gots to Be Real, when YouTube was funny, okay? Okay? Remember that? Remember Gots to Be Real? Remember the Legends panel? I love the Legends panel. Oh my goodness. Gots to Be Real, the Legends panel, those are my favorite parody. And they don't even do those. See, people don't make that anymore. The Legends panel used to be iconic, okay? It's on YouTube. If you can find it on YouTube, go for it. Gots to Be Real was a panel. These are parody spoof videos. They don't even do this anymore on the internet. But YouTube back in this is like 15 years ago. Oh my God, 15 years ago. Oh my God. In the early 2010s, there used to be these videos where they would take clips of celebrities, but they would put voiceovers to mimic jokes. So they would create these like little stand wars amongst artists. It was just like the internet being funny back then. Oh my goodness, 15 years ago. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh, where has time gone? I was just saying, I've been friends with these people for 10 years. Now we're 15 years deep. 15 years deep. Some of these relationships are nearly 20 years old. Where has time went? So moving along, let me talk about two shows. I have two shows on my radar I want to talk about. There is a show called The White Lotus, and it just had its finale this weekend. I waited because I didn't want to watch the show before it came out because I know how people get. I binged it, okay, because I did not want to be in suspense. I know. But this finale of The White Lotus, oh my, Mike White, I want to throw you out the window. I want to strangle you. Okay, I don't want to do any of that to him in real life, but just Mike White, how dare you? The finale of The White Lotus is ridiculous. First of all, I watched the whole show, all eight episodes, and I like that it was 8 episodes. I was able to breeze through. It is a slow burner. It does take time for it to build up on you. But by the time you get halfway into the show, the second half of that show takes you there. And I will say it was worth the build up, okay? The first episode, I was like, you know what I'll say? What I do appreciate about Mike White, the creator of the White Lotus, is that what I will say is I do like that he invests in building his characters. He does do that work to build your interest in the characters, to build the understanding about the personalities and their behavior. He gives you little hints of something's about to pop off. But by the time that they do pop off, it's like, baby, yes, we're there. We're going there. We ain't going back. Go in. Have fun with it. So I will say Mike White does that as a creator. Because sometimes these shows just get a little too blam bam all around, okay? And there's no real character development. So I really enjoyed The White Lotus for that. Some of the people that made appearances and surprises, Sam Rockwell, baby, okay, let's talk about it. It's giving Emmy nomination. It's giving potential Emmy win. I was not ready for Sam Rockwell. I was not ready for that monologue. I was not ready. And that Patrick Schwarzenegger, Arnold Schwarzenegger's son, the one with also Arnold Schwarzenegger and Maria Shriver's son, let me tell you something. Quite the show. Quite the show. What else? What other shows? What other things are going on? There is everybody's been talking about adolescence. I told you about adolescence a couple of weeks ago. So now that the rest of the world is talking about adolescence, I just want to say to you all, yeah, duh. Told you about adolescence. Told y'all that show was fire. But y'all listen to me. Very interesting show about boyhood. But let me also add that adolescence, if you're black and you're a black mother or a black auntie or you're a father or mentor, let me just say that film is a little different if the characters are black. I want them to run that tape. Because sometimes these shows with main white cast and characters, sometimes the dynamics do not appeal to everybody. But adolescence might be for these white mothers who got these white boys that want to understand what's going on with the lone wolf syndrome that's happening in America and around the world. This is a movie. This is a show for y'all. Now, for me as a black man who has no black children, no kids, anything like that, it is an interesting character study within itself. But it's also interesting to watch. And it's a great discussion piece that white mothers need to be having with their kids and even white fathers as well. Just saying, okay? Just putting that out there. But there's also another show I want to talk about. One on the Call Sheet. This is on Apple TV. It is a series, a fascinating series. It's called Number One on the Call Sheet. And if you don't know what that means, number one on the call sheet means being the lead actor or the predominantly feature role on a given shoot or day. So that's what it means about number one on the call sheet. So this show is on Apple TV, and it's talking about black lead actors and black lead actresses that are in Hollywood. And this is on Apple TV, and I really love it. It is a 2-part documentary film series. Part of it is about the actresses leading men in Hollywood, and the other one is about leading actresses. And they feature some of the biggest actors in Hollywood. You got Eddie Murphy, Jamie Foxx, Dwayne Johnson, Denzel Washington, Kevin Hart, and some other great talented actors who are part of it. I mean, they brought back legends. They got John Boyega, they got Don Cheadle, Morris Chestnut, Ice Cube, Taye Diggs, Idris Elba, Reginald Hudlin, Lawrence Fishburne, Morgan Freeman, Michael B. Jordan, Daniel Kaluuya, Martin Lawrence. Oh, baby, they did their big one. They brought out the big dogs. Marlon Wayans is in this. It's good. It's a very good series. And Will Smith's in it. I mean, most of the major black actors of our generation that's been Oscar nominated, won Oscars. Personally, I would have liked for Forrest Whitaker because he's done some great work, but I guess he didn't participate or whatnot. But they had some big heavy hitters in this, and they were just talking about navigating their careers, their Hollywood careers in Hollywood, being black and leading roles. It was incredible to watch. It's 90 minutes long, both of them 90 minutes long. I would encourage you to watch both of them back to back, but it's very touching. The leading women in Hollywood one is really good as well. Angela Bassett, Halle Berry, Viola Davis, Whoopi Goldberg, Cynthia Erivo, Vivica Fox, Megan Good, Tiffany Haddish, Taraji P. Henson, Nia Long. Okay, the girls are in this. Ruth Negga, Gabourey Sidibe, Journey Smollett-Bell, Octavia Spencer, Tessa Thompson, Gabrielle Union, Alfre Woodard. Okay, the girls are here. Okay, and several of them are playing executive producer roles in this production. But they're talking about their careers in Hollywood, the colorism, the typecasting, the stereotypes, the racism. It's so good. It's really good. The Oscars. I mean, Halle Berry talks about her thoughts about the Oscars. It is so good. So if you're looking for just a really good, cool documentary series, it's on Apple TV. Watch both of them. I'm really into Black Hollywood. I'm always into Black cinema. That's my thing. But to hear them tell their stories about getting roles, about getting snubbed for awards, for getting nominations. I mean, it's just good work. Okay. I watched it back to back. I binged it. These are the things that I binge. Because it's educational and insightful and also inspiring and touching. But wow, I'm telling you, I don't want to tell it, I don't want to give it away, but some of the stories about what these actors have dealt with in Hollywood, and these are the ones that are super successful, okay? Let you get an understanding about like how the Hollywood system is and why some of them have made different career roles and choices. Like, I will give one example. Eddie Murphy talks about how he did Pluto Nash and why he did Pluto Nash, which some cases was considered a box office flop. But in some ways, he said, look, I wanted to have a role where it wasn't that many black films that had lead actors playing astronauts in movies, right? Like Sandra Bullock gets to be in Gravity, but where are the black actors in space, in serious space films, So he kind of did a film like that because he knew he had to wait to do it. Yeah, it's interesting talking about his career. And yeah, a lot of these actors talk about their experience and these actresses. So very worth watching if you just want to get a glimpse of Hollywood and understand it. Very timely. It just came out not that long ago. But if you want to get away from some of the super hyper realistic stuff that's out in the world and want to get in some escapism, it's pretty good. It's pretty good to watch. But yeah, those are my shows. Those are the things I'm watching. Of course, I'm watching Abbott Elementary, which is having an incredible run right now on ABC. Of course, Love and Hip Hop. I might be watching Baddies, but I'm not going to give you any reviews about it. But yeah, that's the week ahead. And what's coming up? I'll be in Atlantic City later this week. Nice little escape, little staycation, little quick little staycation. I'll tell you where I'm at and what I'm doing when I get there. But I'm going to be, a little cute little time in Atlantic City. See what spring is popping in springtime. Little summer previews in Atlantic City. Get y'all ready for what's happening in the tourist attractions there. But it's all fun and good. And as always, be well and be best. Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.